this motherfucker here.
Yeah. Say, hey, listen, I just need a hand job. You don't pay for it.
I don't pay for it.
Why did you say I don't pay for pussy?
What was that voice?
What is that voice you're putting on? Who is that?
That's the incredulous I don't pay for pussy voice.
All right.
I can't speak in it because I'm not going to see it. I'm not seeing it. I think for me, the only thing I can say is it would be disrespectful to my ancestors to see that film.
It's none of your damn business what I think about that.
All right.
Quentin Tarantino think he can say the N-word, but I checked with all of and nobody knows where he got his pass from. I hope he didn't get it from Samuel L. Jackson and Jamie Foxx, because they not gonna help you when I see you.
They are going out of their way to fuck me. All right. And then they cannot say, I can't write another character. They can't say, I can't write black characters, I can't live my black characters, I can't be my black characters, I can't be my Filipino characters.
Right.
I can.
You can't write women in that case.
Right.
Exactly. You know, Spike Lee can do the Johnny Cash story if he wants to.
Right.
I'm not saying he can't.
Right.
All right. Knock us out.
Right.
All right.
No, but you haven't fleshed it out. That's the
It's
only reason.
not my job to flesh it out.
No, it's my job to try and ask you to.
And
that's
I'm
all,
shutting
you know?
your butt down.
And that's entirely your. This
is a
your
commercial
right.
from my movie.
All right.
Why the need for so much gruesome, graphic violence? Why not let us imagine
Because
a
it's
little
so
of it?
much fun, Jan. Get it?
All right. I saw movies when I was a kid, all right? I saw all the movies that I'm basing my
look
movies
how
on
wonderful
are
you
movies
two
I saw
are.
as a kid, and yes, kids go to a movie theater, they can tell the difference. Maybe you couldn't when you were a kid, but I could.
Okay, honey. We're getting the hook. You're doing well, obviously. You're laughing all the way to the bank. And I know some
I'm
parents
having
would
a
love
great
to talk
time
to
making
you.
a terrific movie that people are having fun seeing. Maybe not you, but you know what, Jan? I don't think I made it for you.
I bet you didn't, and I'm glad you didn't. I'm just sorry.
Well, don't worry about that,
we'll
baby.
move on.
All right. Yeah, because you're filming.
Yeah.
But if that was off, I'd be whipping your ass up and down this street.
Yeah, go.
All right.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And today, for our 16th, our sweet 16th episode, already 16 into these, sweet 16th, not so sweet of a movie, Django Unchained from QT, Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, not Quick Trip, or what's the name of those gas
QT,
stations?
Yeah, Quick Trip, I think that's what it stands for.
No.
Don't
want to be affiliated with them.
No. But if they want to give money, but if give it to us, but then we'll not do anything to reciprocate you that deal.
We've made that clear.
Yeah. So we're going to be talking about our first Quentin Tarantino movie today. And we're going to talk a lot about who he is and what he represents to cinema. Someone we're both mostly in love with and count ourselves as big fans. But spoiler alert at the very top, this is not a movie we're a big fan of.
Nope.
This is, in fact, our least favorite of his films, and we're going to kind of walk through why. Should be self-evident, but we'll walk through that as we do this. So, Levi, why don't you run us through some of the details concerning Django Unchained?
Okay. Django Unchained is a 2012 American revisionist Western written and directed by Quentin Tarantino.
What was its release date?
December 25th, 2012.
Coming just in time for Christmas.
So, nice Christmas Day fun.
Yeah. Well, of course. I mean...
this was following up the Christmas of 2011 where we had the girl with the dragon tattoo. Should be said.
Yeah, I guess all these
feel bad movie or Christmas.
Oh yeah.
Which we've talked about this before. Yeah. I've always been shocked by the number of people who see movies with their families on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Because that's just we make it a tradition of going sometimes the day after, but and as much as we love movies, you'd think we would have gone to a great many, but Christmas is Christmas, time you spend with family.
You don't go to the movies on that day.
But I know for a lot of people, that's a tradition.
I don't know.
I mean, you know, I guess the thing is we really like and love our families.
Yeah.
And I can sympathize with people who are visiting people they don't really like. So, let's just go to a movie and waste the run out the clock
and
that
frankly,
way.
A lot of the movies that we would want to see that come out around Christmas don't come out around here, so it's going to have to be a bit of a trip to Charlotte or Asheville to go see one. Mm-hmm. So a lot of those.
Now I do remember seeing this in the Christmas season. It would have been a few days after.
I actually didn't see this in theaters. I actually it was sometime. It was actually I didn't see this movie until just before the Hateful Eight came out. So and I only saw it the once, as we're going to learn. But yeah, so it's interesting, and that also came out around Christmas because we went to go see the Hateful Eight when they did the Cinerama Roadshow, whatever it was, 70mm in Charlotte. We went to see.
Saw Big Short that same day too.
Yeah, that was also the same theater that we saw the Hateful Eight in. That very same theater we later saw it. That had been revamped and kind of remodeled. By the time we went back, we saw Dunkirk on 70mm
2017
in that same theater. Both great movies. But yeah, I mean, so I don't know. To me, I've always thought that's strange about movies at Christmas that people go do that. But whatever, you know. And usually they're either big historical movies like Lincoln. Well, no, that was released around Thanksgiving.
November, yeah.
But what I meant, or like JFK was released in Christmas season.
Things are saying, Willie, are going to be attacked by a lot of different people.
Oh, bring all those motherfuckers on, man. Bring their college degrees in here. I got nothing to hide. You can't buy me. They can't buy me. I don't even need this damn parole. See, this about the truth coming out. You a goddamn liberal, Mr. Garrison. You don't know shit because you never been fucked in the ass.
It's usually stuff, too, that's obviously going to be competing for Oscars. Right. They're trying to
and
do their
so it's interesting. It's a lot of historical movies or stuff like Marley and Me that's like, oh, it's got a red bow on the dog. It's Christmas themed. You know what I mean? It's like
one of the few that I think actually threads the needle between being semi-Christmas themed and actually being a great movie was Little Women from 2019.
Carol is another one
Carol
too.
as well.
We didn't see that.
We saw Little Women. It was like a day or two after.
I think it was the 26th, like Boxing Day or 27th.
Right, not that we saw. But that actually is like kind of Christmassy themed in points, and is a great movie. So that would actually be one that I could actually see. Going out and seeing.
Right. But anyway, I mean,
it's a wholesome movie.
Yeah,
this one is not.
No.
What we're going to be talking about today.
No.
So why don't you run us through kind of who's involved in this and.
Sure. So acting wise, Jamie Foxx. So I guess I should explain what this movie's about.
Yeah, let's do that real quick.
Basically, it's about a slave named Django Freeman, who is saved by Christoph Waltz's character, who's this German bounty hunter who's also acts like a dentist.
That's his cover.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that BS later. And basically, he saves him because I don't remember this in the movie. I've basically just read all these reviews that explained it, but that there's a first part of the movie where they are kind of bounty hunting, and it's something like that Django supposedly knows something about these two bounties that he needs to go get. The Waltz character. I don't know how Waltz knows this, how he found him. I don't remember if any of that's explained. I don't think it was. But basically that happens, and also that Waltz is just an abolitionist of sorts. And that then it becomes about them going to free Django's wife, played by Kerry Washington. Her name is Broomhilda von Shaft, who speaks German for some reason. I think she had like a German master at one point or something.
So, yeah.
And then the rest of the movie becomes a revenge movie about them trying to free her from Candyland, which is this big plantation owned by Leonardo DiCaprio's character, who is named Monsieur Calvin J. Candy. So that's basically what it's about, and then all the ridiculous things that happen in the midst of that.
So it's like a revenge movie. It's a Western.
Very much inspired by spaghetti westerns, but it's
but also the blaxploitation
right,
kind
and
of
it's like
tradition.
It's partly in the West, partly in the South.
I think he called it a Southern.
Yeah, but it's in Texas at one point, and in the snow further west in the beginning of the movie. At least that's what I remember. But and then it becomes very much like like an antebellum Southern thing. It's set in 1858. That's an important date we're going to talk about later, about a stupid thing in the movie that makes no sense.
I'm going to give him some light benefit of the doubt on one regard with that, but ultimately he is wrong.
Yeah, well, and I have a theory about maybe why he did that too, that might be the similar... Well, that'll be interesting to reveal our opinions on that.
Such a specific thing.
But anyway, so, yeah, let's keep going here. So, Jamie Foxx as Django. One thing you were talking about earlier that... I wanted to talk about is his place in the movie. Do you have anything you want to say about that?
Well, I was just noticing over a great many of the reviews that we read, and this is just also true anecdotally over the last nearly 10 years that this movie's been out, of conversations I've had with people who have heard about this movie, how little Django as a character is talked about.
Yeah.
Now, this will get into the movie a little bit. I want to save some of this stuff for later, but I think Jamie Foxx's performance is actually good. I think he is doing a good job of like playing a guy who's thrust all of a sudden in the middle of this story, who normally is not in the protagonist of such stories. And there's, this is not a guy who talks for a living, who is very articulate on the fly, but has this kind of calm, stern demeanor about himself. In some ways, very reminiscent of Jim Brown westerns, or Jim Brown's persona of the mid to late 60s and the early 70s. But I think it does say something that almost no one ever talks about him in this movie, in large part because I think the character on the page is two-dimensional.
Yeah,
he's not nearly as interesting as the other three characters, who themselves all have certain problems totally separate from that. But nobody ever talks about that him in this movie. They talk about either Christoph Waltz as Schultz, they talk about DiCaprio as Candy, or I think most of the reviews we read really single out Samuel L. Jackson as Stephen Warren, who is a slave in the movie as well.
Right.
And so there's not, and again, I actually think Jamie Foxx, I've grown on him over the years. I think he's actually a pretty good actor overall.
Yeah. I think he's really good in something like Baby Driver, which is a movie that has grown more and more complicated over the past few years, sadly, due to various things. But I think he was. That was the first movie I actually saw him in. I was like, he's the best thing about this movie. And I think
he's quite good at Collateral.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, I think Jamie Foxx, and even in, I'm not as big a fan of it as other people, but Miami Vice, I think he's good. And so he's a good actor, and I think he gives a good performance. But I just think the character on the page is very
and
I would suffice to say almost unimaginable.
Well, and part of that is because of what this is all inspired by, is the Django Sergio Corbucci films, and that is very similar to The Man with No Name, that kind of, basic cowboy, gunslinger, stoic, nothing character. But even somebody like Clint Eastwood could lend some kind of dry humor to that, that Charles Bronson would not in Once Upon a Time in the West. And then I have not seen Franco Nero as Django, but, of course, it should be noted, he has a cameo in this film. That's all I heard anybody talk about. Do you know what his name in this movie is? Amerigo Vespucci, which, of course, is a reference to Amerigo Vespucci, the sailor who found America, and is named after America. I just want to
make this clear. Levi put "found" in quotes, air quotes.
Right.
Yeah.
I wanted to make that clear. By the way, this is a tangent. I was at the school I had been substituting at here. This is like last year, actually, back in October. It was on Columbus Day, matter of fact, I remember. And I was just sitting in my room. It was a planning period. And there was these kids coming around for the Spartan TV or whatever, which is where I teach. And they asked me, who's the person who discovered America? And I know what they were going for here because they wanted to trap everybody into saying Columbus, which isn't true. And I said, well, other than the fact that it was never discovered and that people have been living here for centuries and however long. I said, well, I guess it would probably be if you're talking about in the European sense as far back as Leif Erikson. And they were like, oh, yeah, you're right. You're the only person who got that right. And I was like, okay, yeah, moved on. But and I'm not just saying that to be like, oh, bragging or whatever, but that's just something that a lot of people have trouble with anyway.
Myth or misconception.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Well, and obviously Vespucci didn't, find America even, whatever. But that's who America is named after is Amerigo Vespucci. I just thought that was interesting that was his name, is Amerigo Vespucci. Anyways, getting all the way back out of that, that's just a, tradition of these types of spaghetti westerns is that the main gunslinger
I think, and that could work maybe a little better, but you don't have Schultz, Candy, and Warren. The movie and the script are so much more inherently interested in them.
Yeah.
And so you can try to do that thing, but you got to cut at least one of those.
Yeah.
I say preferably Schultz.
Yeah.
Because I think if you're going for, and again, The Good, the Bad, the Ugly is his favorite movie ever.
Yeah.
Tarantino's, he'll tell you this left and right, which,
no, that's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah. But if you're going for that, like, triumvirate of that movie, of Eastwood, Van Cleef, and Wallach, if you're going for something like that, you need to cut out Schultz. I think Schultz is the worst character in this movie. And I guess, let's bash the Academy Awards once again. Waltz, he ended up winning Best Supporting Actor. And here in a little bit, I want you to pull up the fellow nominees in that year. We're going to go through each of these, and it's going to be frankly embarrassing that the Academy Awards awarded him in comparison to these other people. Let's do it right now.
Yeah, and then we can talk about Waltz after.
So I know you're sick of hearing us probably complain about the Oscars, and I'm sick of doing it myself. But all right, so
so he won.
Yeah,
for Dr. King Schultz, in Django Unchained. Alan Arkin in Argo as Lester Siegel, whatever. Robert De Niro's Silver Linings Playbook,
which is one of the best late De Niro performances.
Yeah. Philip Seymour Hoffman in The Master, and Tommy Lee Jones as Thaddeus Stevens in Lincoln.
Okay, so especially those last two, but even De Niro as well. All three of those a good amount better than Waltz in
we
this.
have two randomly abolitionists for Best Supporting Actor here. One of them was better than the other, and that was Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah,
Thaddeus Stevens, who of course was a real person.
Do I need to say anything about The Master at this? I mean, if you listen to the Inherent Vice episode, I've said The Master is my favorite movie. So I think objectively, if you're looking at the list, Philip Seymour Hoffman should have won.
Yeah.
Tommy Lee Jones caught a lot of grief when he won for The Fugitive years ago. This would have been one I think that a lot of people would have agreed. Oh well, that's such a great. He's great in that. Anyways,
yeah.
Well, let's just move on talking about Christoph Waltz now and into this.
Sure.
Now, he had a career in Europe that had been a good amount before Inglourious Bastards, but Inglourious Bastards was, of course, the movie that most American audiences became a lot more familiar with him in. And I think he's terrific in Inglourious Bastards.
Oh, yeah.
I think he should have probably won for that year. Why did he win for this, though? My question.
I think it's that they missed him on that one, first of all.
He won for that.
Oh, he did win.
He won for that.
I'm sorry.
He's given the same performance.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
No, he did win for that. He's given the same performance, but the quote good guy.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, is that they are fascinated by him playing an abolitionist and in that way. I think it's like, like you're saying, it's like, he's the good guy now. He can do both. It's the same performance. It's just tilted one direction.
Because it's all about how he's like this great, has this like detective-like mind, and he's just he's the smartest guy in any room he walks into. That's the same thing with his character in Inglourious Bastards. Same thing with this. But he's good this time, right?
Yeah.
This character especially also reeks to me, well, let me just say one other thing about why he maybe won. I'm not even complaining about this as much as it sounds, but the Academy loves to give acting performances, especially to Europeans.
Yeah.
They do this consistently a lot. I'm not even really complaining about that as much as it sounds. I'm just saying, that they're so much better, they're so much more sophisticated than us. Could be a bias they have. It should be said, for this year, Best Actor went to Daniel Day-Lewis for Lincoln, which is, of course, terrific.
Yep.
Even though, Joaquin Phoenix for The Master. We'll move on from that. But if anyone's going to beat him, it's that. Okay,
right.
Anyways. I'm getting lost in my tangents here. What was I saying? Waltz in this movie really reeks to me of this really weird particular moment that this was in 2012, and then in 2013, a movie that is really quite good and I mostly like, 12 Years a Slave. Towards the end of that movie, Brad Pitt comes in as the magic white man. Not literally magic, but he's like in the movie from Canada, and he came down as like his temporary laborer, and he was like Chiwetel Ejiofor like told his whole story about how he was kidnapped to him and all this, and he then kind of goes and runs off and gets help and gets him brought back to his family. But it's just like this really like, this outsider white man who's like so above everything and sees the hypocrisy in all this, and it feels like such a modern BS trap in some ways creatively. It's just like, I'm not saying that there weren't anti-racists back then, because there were white people, but they just both reek of just like the magic white man, you know. And a lot of stories, it should be said before this, have the magic mystical Negro has been referred to in the past as like the white black man with magic powers, who's just like wise and all, you know. So that's kind of a trope that's traditionally on the other side. This in some ways is weirdly also racist in the sense that it pre-proposes that all these certain white men were just gifted and so much better than the others. I think, frankly, the Hateful Eight does a much better job of actually exploring the truth of this with Kurt Russell and even Walton Goggins as their dual roles in the movie, how they evolve over the movie. I think that's far more interesting and realistic than what this even is with that. But.
Well, and can I quickly talk about him and why he works as Hans Landa more than this? And I that might be kind of going off the topic of what you're saying, but which is all very true. I think the thing that kind of works about that is we in our minds see Nazis in being portrayed in a certain way, and this isn't like we've said recently to ourselves. I don't think we've talked about it on the podcast. The 49 or not the 40 was it 49th parallel?
49th parallel.
No, 40. What was it called?
I think it's 49th.
41st parallel.
No, 49th.
49th parallel. Yeah, I was getting mixed up with the what's the parallel?
42nd parallel.
What's the parallel that's between the Koreas?
Oh, that might be 47. I'll look that up.
Anyway, for 49th parallel, the Powell and Pressburger film.
38th.
38th, yeah. Whatever. Anyway, in that film, you know, Eric Portman is probably the best Nazi performance in any movie. But we see them usually as this very stoic, like not at all sense of humor, evil beings, right? Which, you know, mostly the truth. What I think's so interesting, though, about the character of Hans Landa is how, frankly, annoying he is. In kind of a good, like I'm saying, it's a good performance, but it's just like this, like, kind of chipper, high-pitched, kind of like, I don't want to say a dandy necessarily, but he's very like, I like art, and I like putting, wait for the creme, and like, you know, like all these like little eccentricities.
It's almost like this guy you'd have to remember you saw at the DMV 5 years ago. In terms of just like doing and that's what he would be doing if he was born.
And that's a bingo.
And in
all,
America years later.
Yeah, and all these like really weird eccentricities that all are on top of a Nazi performance.
Oh, and you do get the idea that he's a true believer of the Nazi ideology.
Yeah.
But he almost sees it like a game. And, you know, in the very beginning when he gives that whole, you know, such a great opening scene, when he's talking to the French guy who's in his house, and he gives the whole thing that he sees the Jews as rats. But he's like, but not in all the negative sense that you would normally see, that it's like, why wouldn't a rat try to do anything it can to survive? So it's a great example of like taking the Nazi ideology and not turning it on its head, but adding some things that make him feel like a fully realized character,
right?
Who again
which makes him Nazi, even more contemptible and evil,
right? But he also kind of sees it as a big game and like a detective mission or something, and just like And so I guess what the goal here is like, to take that demeanor and that attitude, he's a good guy. And he hates slavery. It just seemed very weak and limp-wristed.
Well, he's already done it.
Yeah.
Both of them have already done it. They've already written it and they've already acted it. And it's just nonsense to me, frankly.
Now,
but you know what my favorite moment of him in the movie is? You remember that? And spoiler, you remember that part where he gets blown away with that shotgun, and then there's like that shot of DiCaprio or somebody, I can't remember, standing in there talking, and it's like the rest of the scene, you can see in the background the body laying there against the, like, it had been hit up against the wall, and it's just laying there, and it's just like, that's my favorite parts of him in the movie, when he's just laying there dead. But anyway, so, yeah. I mean, it's a ridiculous performance, frankly, that I don't...
Now, there is a certain archetype, and this is based in historical fact, of German Americans or Germans in the West.
Yeah.
That was, and I think that's like a frankly interesting story to kind of tell. But this just feels so shoved in and tacked on, and it's almost like, and I'm sure he had this idea for some years before, but it really feels like, I just work with this guy, and it'd be cool if I threw him in this slave revenge movie. It's just like baffling, and we'll walk through the particulars of this when we watch the movie.
Yeah. Anyway, Leonardo DiCaprio is Candy.
This was kind of a golden era for DiCaprio, and because these few years here, he did Inception, Shutter Island. Right around the corner was Wolf of Wall Street, and then ultimately The Revenant. So he's doing a lot of great work, and some movies that are up and down in some of that category period of time. But I mean, I think he's really good in the movie, but again, it almost reinforces some of the problems of the movie as well, in terms of how much more interested the movie is in him than it is in the attempt at trying to be this revisionist thing that it is. What are your impressions of DiCaprio in this?
All I do is see the memes of him now, where he's
should be said. This is among the more memeable things in modern culture and modern movies, is him in this movie. Actually,
there's those things where it's like him with the drink laughing, and people put stuff on it,
Monster Energy,
or like always the image of him with the hammer, which isn't necessarily a meme, but I just see people floating that around all the time, and I'm like, do you remember the moment in the movie that is, and why are you keep putting that out there? I don't know. As you'll realize in this movie, I walked away from it not liking it, kind of forgot a whole lot about it, and moved on and didn't have much of an impression. I mean, I won't say that he didn't make an impression. He commands the screen. But like you said, it's like, okay, but why are we so interested in him necessarily? I'm not particularly.
I don't think he really does anything fundamentally different than being, in terms of the character, in terms of being like, self-indulgent, like racist slave owner.
Yeah.
I don't, outside of that, I don't really see.
A libertine type. I mean, it's very typical. I mean, in a way. And of course, he's been very interested in playing these types of roles. Not this specific, but just really trying to do all these different things, and it's definitely different, and it's interesting. I mean, he's far better, obviously, in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's just such more interesting performance and character. But yeah, I mean, we'll talk about him. I'll give more of my impression through the movie, because I frankly don't remember. Somebody I also don't remember a whole lot from the movie is Kerry Washington, which is another big problem, as she's kind of the MacGuffin of the movie.
Hildy von Shaft, old Shaft, so it's connected to Shaft. Do you get it? Do you get it?
So.
Are you sure you got it? I'm just making sure, because
this is our second movie with a person named Shaft in it.
Who's the first again?
Well, last week was
right,
that character.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, Tarantino has gotten criticized or knocked over the years of his depiction of women, and I think it's a lot of. I mean, you got The Bride and you got the characters of Death Proof, and so which that's kind of debatable. But I mean, he's has interesting depictions of women over his career. I feel like Kerry Washington's character in this is such an afterthought.
Yeah.
Again, it's purely MacGuffin. It's like, I don't really think of her as a character. There's obviously some trauma associated with her and the kind of beatings that she's withstood and the scars that those hold on her body. But the movie never gives her any sort of an interest in terms of representing herself on screen. And it's just very tacked on.
Leslie Morris did mention in his review of the movie a moment of them running away at one point and how it focused on her face, and the way he explained it sounded interesting. I don't remember it, but
we'll see that
again, I mean, like I said, like I said, one of the big things with her, she's able to speak German with Waltz, and sadly, like I said, she's not nearly as important as she should be in the movie. Like I said, and you just said it, a lot of his movies have that problem, unless they're like Zoe Bell or Uma Thurman in Kill Bill, where they're just like killing everybody. I guess he's not that interested in the pathos.
And even talking about Uma Thurman in Kill Bill,
Yeah.
there's all the behind the scenes stuff with that
Yeah.
in terms of how she was involved in some accidents on set, and so.
And yeah, it's interesting how he turned a movie like Death Proof into sort of like women's revenge film, but it's on such a very base level that, you know, and I like that movie, but yeah. So anyway, yeah, he's not very good at doing a lot of socially conscious things, it turns out.
No.
But anyway, Samuel L. Jackson, Stephen
Now,
Warren.
most of the reviews, and I agree with this, even ones I didn't agree with the overall sentiment, singled him out as probably either the best or / most interesting aspect of this entire movie.
Yeah,
is him in this.
When he was sending me Django, he actually didn't want to tell me that I wasn't going to be Django.
Yeah.
That window of opportunity for me to be that young gunslinger had passed by.
Yes.
And he said, well,
but he didn't want to tell
I don't want to tell you, but all right, well, a character's Steven. So, and I was like, well, who is Steven? He said, just read the script. He didn't even tell me. And sure enough, I read it, and I was sitting there staring at the script, and I called him back and said, so, you want me to be the most despicable Negro in the history of cinema? And he was like, well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Because it was that kind of challenge to me, and it looked like that kind of fun. Now, the disappointment in all that is that as wonderful as Steven is in Django, that's the tame Steven. He edited out all the really bad things that I did in the movie because he said, I don't want anybody to kill you.
And then he's like the classic kind of Uncle Tom character in the sense of like, which is the stereotype, but is the sense of like someone who was actually far, far more loyal to the slave owner and would do whatever the slave owner asked because they're a house slave, and so they have certain privileges, and they're going to betray their race, so to speak, to help out their master because they enjoy the position that they have. And I know some other reviews single this out, and that I've always have remembered it. One of the most interesting scenes in the entire movie is kind of behind closed doors in Candy's study or his library. And they're very much, I don't know if equal is the right word, but they're much more on an even playing ground than any other race interaction you really see in the movie.
Yeah.
What are your impressions either of Samuel L. Jackson generally or him also in this movie?
Well, first of all, I think that Samuel L. Jackson has just become so culturally omnipresent where I wouldn't say I tire of seeing him because he is his own presence and personality that I find interesting and I've enjoyed in a lot of movies. To that
point, like you said, he's neither good nor bad in today. He exists.
Yeah.
He's just so big. I mean, and he's given, him and Tarantino are going to be forever associated with one another because of, Jules Winfield and Pulp Fiction is, arguably Tarantino's greatest character and performance in his movies. And so, I mean, he has such an iconic role in Tarantino's filmography, but even beyond that, he's been in so many things to the point where there's been some periods where I've I guess just known that he's just doing it for the paycheck, some of these movies he's done since then.
Right.
His character in Hateful Eight is really great as well. And that was kind of, for me, a comeback moment for him creatively in terms of, oh, wow, he's really doing something that he's stretching himself. Of all things, I actually thought he was really good in Kingsman, which is a movie I don't really like at all, the Matthew Vaughn spy action attempted comedy. I think he's actually a pretty great villain in that. He's kind of like he has like a stuttering problem, and he's kind of actually tries to act all tough all the time.
Right.
And I think that's actually a really recently great performance from him, but even in the movie I didn't really like. But anyways,
but him in this movie, I mean, is very memorable, very big. I mean, I think it's interesting and commendable in some ways that he would be willing to even.
I think,
play
frankly,
a role
this
like
was
that,
the Oscar nomination that should have happened if you're going to give one, just
Right.
if nothing else, for attempting a character like this and it being quite as accomplished as it is.
And then Walton Goggins is Billy Crash. I guess he just worked on the plantation.
He's like
I
kind
don't
of
remember.
Thug number one almost in terms of being it.
Of course, he's much more and obviously he's been in a lot of random things. He's much more memorable to me in The Hateful Eight, and way more interesting character. And also he's been in all those these TV shows like Vice Principals and Righteous Gemstones. He's kind of been around.
He's great in both of those.
Who's got the muscles now, you dickhead? I do. That's who. You don't want to tussle with Lee Russell, 'cause I have the muscle. Busted, I'm busted by Lee Russell. I'm busted by Lee Russell. Who put the popo in your ho-ho, Lee Russell? That's who. You're busted. You're busted. You're busted by Lee Russell, and you're busted. Put that in your fucking boombox and play it.
And then he was
the unicorn.
Just
got
well,
canceled,
obviously,
actually.
I think kind of the biggest thing he's actually really known for is being on Justified.
Yeah.
But
and he's been in stuff before that. But I think that was the thing that a lot of casting directors and a lot of people in Hollywood saw and was, oh, this guy.
And of course, him in House of a Thousand Corpses. You remember that scene of, or a couple scenes with him in that. But I don't remember a whole lot about him in the movie in this, but I just
again, he's basically thug number one and kind of has again in Hateful Eight, he's this. So much of the movie revolves around him and is very interested in him and his character in that. So he's thankfully he's worked with Tarantino since and had a much larger role in his movies. I guess that's all the main people. You can maybe just really quickly run through some of these names.
Dennis Christopher as Leonid Leo Mogwai or Mogwai. I don't know. The band or the creature. I don't know. Dennis Christopher, of course, he's been in a lot of things. I always think of him as Eddie in the original version of the It miniseries. We saw him in something recently too, and I don't remember what it was. Oh, it was in A Wedding.
Oh, he was in there, yeah.
But he's in a lot of stuff. James Remar, he's in all kinds of stuff.
I think of him a lot. Everybody has their version of James Remar, probably because he's been in so many things. I always think of him as kind of the villain in The Phantom.
Yeah, he was in The Cotton Club.
He's also quite good in that. Yeah. There was a moment, if you look at some of those mid-'80s movies, where it was almost like, oh, he could be...
The Warriors, too, I forgot.
Oh, him and that.
Yeah.
There's a moment, it's like, oh, he could be like this really great actor. And he's been always good, but never quite got... I always remember him, too. Do you remember very specifically, he's at the beginning of Bounty Law... At the very beginning of
he was in that
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Right. I remember him popping up in that.
David Steen as Mr. Stonecipher. Says he's a playwright, actor. He's been in a lot of... Let me look up a picture of him. Let's see. Some of these pictures. This guy, I guess.
I guess so, yeah.
He doesn't really look all that familiar to me, though. Says he's been in a lot of Tarantino stuff.
It's been like a background guy.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Or not. Dana Gurrier as Cora. It's interesting that Cora is a name in here. I want to come back to that later about something very specific. A lot of other random names here that I'm not really recognizing a whole lot of. We'll move down that and say Don Johnson as Spencer Big Daddy Bennett. This movie has an N-word problem. We're going to talk about here in a little bit. He's the one I remember saying it the most in the movie. He says it with a sort of relish.
Almost like per capita in terms of he's not in a whole lot of the movie, but the scenes that he is in.
Well, he says it with a certain tilt that is so hateful and full of disgust that I remember. And then Franco Nero, like we said, is Amerigo Vespucci. I just think that's just so hilarious. But anyway, a lot of other really quick appearances here. James Russo. See, Bruce Dern. I don't remember him in this movie, but I guess he is in it. He's a plantation owner.
Oh, I do remember him in this.
MC Gainey, that guy. That
We're gonna have to take the boy from Lost.
Right. Oh yeah, and then he was in Con Air, and then he was in Sideways. He let it all hang out in that movie. Yeah. Jonah Hill, I remember as one of the.
He's credited as Baghead number 2.
Basically, the Night Riders or KKK. I want to talk specifically about the KKK in a lot of movies here in a little bit that is just historically inaccurate that I want to talk about very quickly. That is kind of, there's a lot of other people. Let's see. Russ Tamblyn. I didn't remember him in the movie. And then his daughter, Amber Tamblyn, also. Son of a gunfighter and daughter of a gunfighter. Zoe Bell, Robert Carradine, James Parks, Tom Savini, all his trackers. Let's see. And, and then Michael Parks, also. This is James Parks' father. Then And then, of course, Tarantino himself in his worst cameo appearance. You know,
Just saying something.
By the way, you want to rank the cameo? We don't have to rank them. What's your favorite of his cameo appearances? Because he has to be in all his movies, you know.
Who was he in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood again?
He was the director of the cigarette commercial.
I thought that was kind of funny. I mean, that's like at the very end in the credits, and so you
my
can kind of
favorite's
look
Jackie
over it.
Brown when he's end of message on the just because whenever he's not there, it's like
what can we say about him in Pulp Fiction, because that is such a great movie. But that was the beginning of people starting to point out some problems.
Yeah, I guess
with him
this
in
is
terms
the
of
transition
his,
to make to talking about him. You want to get all the bad things out of the way first?
Well, let's
or
just
what?
What
do we want to do?
Well, we've got written on our little outline here. We'll just start with this. QT, the man, the myth, the boob. I think we've talked about this before. We talk about Tarantino a good amount here and there. I can't think of anyone who's as artistically talented as him.
Yeah.
Who is simultaneously as lame and as big of a doofus as he is. You know, because usually
look at
I just put up this
right now.
picture of him wearing like a beret at the French premiere.
January of 2013.
Again, usually it's so easy to write off certain people off as a doofus, a fiend, a no account. But he has made some truly great artistic contributions to American cinema and cinema in general at the same time.
Yeah.
Somebody says Quentin Tarantino to you. What are some of the first things that jump to mind beyond just the titles of the movies themselves? Him. What? In general?
I think of stuff like "It's so much fun, Jan." Get it? Which you would have already heard. I'm guessing in the beginning. Just his personality.
He is one of the few modern directors of the last 30 years who is a known celebrity in his own right.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen. Well, it didn't really happen very often before either.
In a way that Hitchcock was in certain ways, and
Spike Lee too, which I want to talk about later.
Right.
That he's just such a force in American cinema the last 30 years. Of course, I singled these out. There's basically 3 eras of Tarantino, and you can even find micro eras within this. The 90s, when he exploded onto the scene, which again he's part of that kind of independent film boom of the 90s. In the 90s, of course, he had Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, Jackie Brown. Those movies are kind of the first phase of his career. These kind of, in some ways like postmodern crime dramas.
Yeah.
In many ways, they're associated with a lot of things people say about Generation X in general. It's like, a generation raised on television.
Yeah.
A generation that's trying to deconstruct high and low brow in some ways.
Especially Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction, I think, were very like basically the Nouvelle Vague versions of the French New Wave versions of that.
Right.
Sort of thing. Yeah.
So it's like they're very much like this big Gen X explosion of, oh, wow, look at this new guy on the scene. Not only that, sometimes he's in his movies, but oftentimes, again, he's a big guy who's out there talking about his movies a lot. And your average person who might not have seen his movies may see him and go, oh, that's that Quentin Tarantino guy.
Yeah.
And so in that way, he just represents a very unique place in American cinema ever since his arrival. That he's not afraid to be out in front talking about his movies, talking about how brilliant he is and what his movies, how brilliant they are. Which is annoying, again, because in a lot of ways, he's right about certain things, but in other ways, he's so tone-deaf and arrogant that it's hard to really like him in other ways as well at the same time. The second period of his career, which for me is frankly the least interesting and one I kind of don't think of as often or as quickly about, is, well, while it is interesting in its own way, the Kill Bill movies and Death Proof, which was a part, of course, of Grindhouse. And, it's like him attempting to kind of take the exploitation movie and I'm doing air quotes myself right here, elevate it to something new or different or his impression of it. Kill Bill is almost his version of Star Wars in some ways, where he's taking all these influences and putting them in a blender and then presenting them as this, quote, new thing. When in many ways, once you sort through the wreckage of it, you're like, well, what about this? What about that?
Right.
And then, Death Proof as well, of course, which, as I said, was part of the Grindhouse experience. Him attempting to do like a slasher movie, but instead of a knife, it's a car.
Yeah.
Which I think is an intriguing concept. And if nothing else, it unveiled Kurt Russell into his filmography, which is a good thing in the long run. The one that obviously is the freshest on all of our minds, because it's just when these movies have come out most recently, is, of course, his historical revisionist period, where he's made these historical movies, which, again, he's always somebody I kind of in my head see him as frozen in the 90s in terms of his demeanor and in his youth. But of course, he's gotten older over the years and makes his behavior as buffoonery even dumber to watch in terms of an old guy trying to act like that. Of Django, Hateful Eight, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood as these, attempts to kind of do this historical revisionism.
Well, and you said Inglourious Bastards with that too.
Oh, excuse me. That even Inglourious Bastards even before Django. Ever since then, and out of that bunch, I mean, I think 3 out of 4 of those are pretty good, if not great. No, they all. Three of those, I would say, are great. In general, what are your impressions of each of these phases of Tarantino, and how do they maybe relate to him, and what does it say maybe about his evolution or his arc as an artist and these interests that have obviously very clearly from one person, but have changed a little bit over the years?
Yeah, well, I think his best overall period is probably his crime dramas of the
I think per capita,
that's
like has the biggest bang for their buck in terms of
and I feel like that's because I think it's easy for a filmmaker that young to debut with those types of movies to do either the horror films or the crime films.
Both of those, either of those genres are great calling cards for young directors. Yeah,
and I feel like he has made a mark on those that is on I'd say up there on the level with Martin Scorsese.
Like, I mean, he's. All of his movies have garnered a lot of attention since then. I feel like he'll always, though, be so ingrained in the culture of the 90s because of those movies.
Right.
Like, I mean, those, again, are the movies I think most people are going to think of for the rest of his career and even beyond that, as those movies.
And so I think those have had his best overall films. If you want to put it all in one, like you said, if we're splitting it up this way, I'd say that kind of wins. And everybody said all that needs to be said about those films, and we'll probably do commentaries of them at some point.
No, yeah, I mean, let me just get this out of the way. I know it's almost a meme at this point of like, oh, this kind of bro likes Reservoir Dogs or Pulp Fiction or even Jackie Brown. All 3 of those movies are great, though, in their own way. And Jackie Brown almost has this meme, oh, it's an underrated Tarantino movie. It's been said to the point where it's not underrated anymore.
Yeah, it's to the point where Pulp Fiction might be underrated because everybody said it's so great for so long that people don't want to say it is anymore.
And that's a tendency that happens with any artist who has this big, early, great thing that is truly transformational. That is the impulse. I think we talked about this with books or other things in the past. It's like, well, what about this? What about that? And it's like, yeah, those are great, but Pulp Fiction is Pulp Fiction. And I had a period where I didn't necessarily not like that movie, but I was just like, oh, I was doing my own version of, well, this, that. But then you watch it again. If you ain't seen it in a while, you're like, wow, that's an explosion of a movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I technically like Reservoir Dogs even a little more than that.
Yeah, Reservoir Dogs is my favorite of his films. I think, and it works the best that it does because of the simplicity of it, the way that he used. So we're gonna see in this movie that we're about to watch today. He's obsessed with dialogue. The word that kept getting used the most in these reviews was loquacious or loquacity. For his films. But I feel like that is a level that the actors not only elevate it, but also the writing is really there for that, and it's far more interesting. Of course, that's seen in Pulp Fiction as well, and throughout all his movies.
Well, also in that period too, another thing I think about is that, and this is again another meme at this point almost, that his using of older actors at that point, Keitel and Reservoir Dogs. Now, Samuel L. Jackson wasn't an old man, but he had actually been around for a while, and he was starting to get a little bit more and more famous, but then Pulp Fiction happened, and he, exploded as a result of that. Bruce Willis, even, believe it or not, that was like a, quote, comeback role for him in the 90s. I don't know how many of these comeback roles he needs at this point. And then Jackie Brown, of course, Pam Grier, and
De Niro.
Forrester.
And Forrester,
Forrester, De Niro, he's obviously always been De Niro, but like Forrester had been, oh, what about this guy? That was a huge thing for Pam Grier and him in that. So that was another hallmark, especially of that period. Well, even Travolta in Pulp Fiction, I don't know if he said that. He's also had somebody who's had multiple comebacks at this point. So what's your impression of the middle period?
I think it's actually maybe his most interesting, but his least good.
That's probably a good way to characterize it.
I think that, like you said, you watch... and I overall like the Kill Bill movies actually quite a bit. More than it even sounds like I'm about to say things about it. Well, actually, I have mostly good things to say about him. I don't really have bad things to say as much. first of all, I'm just not as steeped in the samurai genre as other people,
those
or
kung fu
martial
movies,
arts
yeah.
genre. So some of that stuff's lost on me personally. It's not that I don't like it or find it
You just
interesting.
haven't seen it,
I just haven't seen as much of those. So to me, the first movie I'm just not as crazy about. The second one I really love quite a bit because it's more the Western, and frankly, it just has way more pathos involved in the characters and takes more time to breathe and just is way more interesting to me personally than the first movie. But I mean, it's undeniable that there are moments in those movies, like the opening of the first film, and
when I first saw it, how shocked I was.
It's so violent. Yeah. I mean, and I mean, one of my favorite openings in any movie is actually the second film with the kind of big scene that would have preceded that event. Yeah. And even the ending of the first movie of like it never shows Bill's face until the second movie. And there's things about that I find very interesting, and it's really good and whatever. But ultimately, those movies just don't stick with me very much at all.
I know they're a big deal for a lot of people,
Yeah.
and I do like them. And again, like you, I
Yeah.
prefer the second one to the first one. But again, like I said, it was his version of Star Wars in terms of, I'm going to take this and that and blend it together, and here you go.
Yeah.
And there's been talk that he maybe will return into a third one. I personally have zero negative interest in that.
What more is there to do?
Well, the whole thing, I think, was like, Vivica A. Fox's daughter is going to come back and kill her.
Oh,
it's like the revenge of killing her at the beginning
Okay.
of the first one or whatever.
We're not going to have any kids of Bud coming back to do anything.
It's not Death Proof, though. I know you're...
yeah, I actually quite like Death
fan of
Proof,
that.
and I'm kind of a champion of Death Proof. I recently rewatched Grindhouse about almost 2 months ago with some friends of mine. One of them had never seen it before. The other one and I had watched it. I used to be like everybody else pretty much and say, I like Planet Terror more, it's more fun, blah, blah, blah. I actually like Death Proof more because I think now, because first of all, it's more complex, it's more interesting. Yeah, of course, that movie has problems like any of his movies do, the way it treats women in the movie, but it also kind of has it as but it's also a revenge movie for those women too, and it's like it's a very ugly film, like a lot of his movies are. But my love of Kurt Russell mostly spurns from that film. I think that is just a masterclass performance of that type of character. Normally with those type of slasher villains, you never get to see somebody obviously talk that much, and his place in the movie is very interesting, and he just radiates a menace which is frankly not normally present in his performance.
But it's still very alluring. Like, you really want to be around this guy who knows a homicidal maniac at the same time.
And the opening of the movie, you keep hoping that it's not going to go that way, and you keep watching him, and you're like, oh, no, everything will be all right, and then, no, he turns into that person. But then it is equally as satisfying to watch him get his comeuppance in the ending of the movie. And I just think that movie is, the structure I find interesting. I know a lot of people are bored by big portions of the movie, but as what it literally is, it's the closer of those two films, of the Grindhouse films, to actually being what those Grindhouse films really were, as far as being very kind of having these scenes of kind of boring so-called boring dialogue, and then you have these great action set pieces they only had so much money to put in.
And frankly, you'd rather have Quentin Tarantino writing that dialogue than some guy who writes 3 or 4 of these a week,
than
almost.
whoever the hell wrote Cockfighter.
Writing some of them AIP movies or something like that. So, you know, but again, that whole period of the 2000s, there was him doing those movies. You had like kind of Robert Rodriguez continuing to do like the Once Upon a Time, in Mexico, and like
El
that.
Mariachi.
I feel like
Desperado,
again. And somebody you're a big fan of, I feel like the only director who really actually was doing the service in some ways to that tradition was Rob Zombie.
Yeah. No, because he actually was
House
making
of 1,000
the
Corpses,
films,
and then also
Devil's Rejects.
Those actually feel like what those exploitation movies really are, but taking it even further.
No, they are modern day
I feel like
exploitation
Tarantino's
movies,
like, again, he loves those movies, but he's trying to be clever and say, well, this is a better version of what that is. And I'm not saying we need to have ultra respect for that tradition of movie necessarily, but Rob Zombie, I feel like, is really in touch with what the feeling of those movies are, and the terror of them, and the nature of these characters we're following are homicidal maniacs, and we keep hoping and praying that their victims are going to get away, and they don't. and it just really adds this psychological dimension that I feel like, by weirdly being more like those movies, is more effective than trying to be above the movies.
And the best thing about those movies and Tarantino's movies are very funny overall. He knows he's funny sometimes, and we've always, and this can be the thing that most is said about Tarantino, is that he's like that Antonio Banderas meme of him like writing something and then sitting back. Yeah. But anyway, but with Rob Zombie, and I'm somebody who, I don't think that a lot of comedy horror exists. I'm convinced that it doesn't.
Yeah, because it's either more comedy or more horror, and it's hard to get that.
Or you have a movie like An American Werewolf in London, which a lot of people think is the best comedy horror movie ever made, where the comedy falls totally flat. I don't think anything about that movie's funny. And that movie's good. I'm not saying that, but like, there's the scenes with that cop who keeps bumbling around. I'm like, none of this at all is funny, and not even that I'm like mad at it. I'm just like, nothing about this is funny to me. But so I'm not convinced that a lot of horror comedies exist. Even in the case of like Edgar Wright, I think his films are mostly comedies.
Yeah.
I don't really think there's much of horror movies. I think that Rob Zombie is one of the only... A lot of people would disagree with this and think this is ridiculous and that I'm giving Rob Zombie way too much credit. But he is the only director I've ever seen that totally gets horror and comedy. Like, it's so funny, the stuff that's in his movies, but you know that it's awful and you shouldn't be laughing at it. But he's encouraging you to laugh. And I swear, I'm not making this up. You think I'm joking and being like, no, seriously, he is the only director I've ever seen that actually gets horror comedy and has actually made horror comedy films, because I don't think anybody does that.
Mm-hmm. I think the only other things that spring to mind are some episodes of Documentary Now.
Yeah.
The Grey Gardens parody, and also kind of the Globesman, which is the salesman parody. Like, I think those actually do as individual things, but again, as an overall artist, I would agree that the only thing... I think you're right on the money in terms of he's the only guy who really can thread that needle just so. Because, I mean, you think of just like William Forsythe in The Devil's Rejects and some of the stuff he says.
I don't want to make this totally a Rob Zombie podcast, but another thing about that, too, is a lot of people like to talk about and I'm doing this in air quotes, we're doing a lot of air quotes this episode, complexity of that character. But you start to pull for the rejects, the Firefly family, because he's so evil. No, I don't do that at all. I want him to kill them. Because,
it's like, he's a bad cop, but
he's
frankly, I'd rather have a bad cop than 3 homicidal maniacs running around killing people. He's at least on the right side of
the law, even if he's not following it. And also, that's a revenge for them killing his brother in the first movie.
Even if he doesn't like Groucho Marx, that's about the only thing I don't really like about him.
And I think that's something that Zombie is intending. He's wanting us to feel that complexity, and I don't think that's the case in that movie. But anyway, we'll probably do those movies.
Now, let me just say, I really like those first two. I despise 3 from Hell. I think that's a waste of space of a movie. I do not like that at all.
We can talk more about that movie at some point when we probably do, and we are probably going to do these Rob Zombie movies at some point.
Yeah, probably will.
By the way, if you're tired of us talking about Rob Zombie, the talk will continue at some point. But yeah, 3 from Hell's a terrible movie, but I went to see it in theaters, and I was kind of like, it's bad, but it's kind of... And then finally, I watched it with you. I'd rewatched it a couple times. I watched it with you, and I was finding out, no, this is just really terrible.
What I thought that movie was going to be, I think I'm not just trying to say, this is my idea, so it's better, was a far better idea for what that movie could have been than what it was, in terms of they were literally sent to hell.
Yeah, because there's no way you make it out of the end of that movie.
No, because the common assumption is after the end of that Devil's Rejects, like, they're all dead. They got shot to death. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so they're going in hell, right?
Yeah.
And so, no, they survived. And I'm like, what? No, that makes no sense.
And then, of course, at the end of 3 from Hell, they're still alive, all of them, except for Sid Haig, who died. And, But it's like, wait, so we could have another of these? And I'm just like, no, thank you. Like, make your Groucho Marx movie.
I mean, I know his other movies, like Lords of Salem and... what are some of them other ones?
31.
31. I know they got real hated and despised. I'd rather rewatch them in a heartbeat than I would 3 from Hell.
I actually kind of like 31, but anyway, we're done talking about Rob Zombie now.
But it should be said, he did a trailer for Grindhouse.
Yeah, right.
What was
Werewolf
that?
Women of the SS, which I think is pretty
Nick
fun.
Cage as Fu Manchu.
Which is... Do we want to... Hang on. Put that in there, because... that's just one of the most shocking moments I've ever seen in anything, and very questionable, highly questionable.
We'll save Nick Cage talk for another day.
I don't have time to go through that. But yeah, I mean, so he's very much, they're all connected to that sort of thing. Edgar Wright's another of these people. Eli Roth, who we're not going to talk about at all right now. Moving on. you know,
well,
those type of people,
let me just say, he's
okay,
another one that was doing that like torture porn stuff. Now
Cabin
that was
Fever
being
and Hostel
that was pushing more in a frankly more modern direction. I feel like than some of these other ones.
Yeah. Green Inferno.
In terms of this period of horror.
Then he just made a Lethal Weapon remake, which just seemed like the most basic, stupidest thing ever. Or not Lethal Weapon, Death Wish, I'm sorry.
Oh, right.
No, not Lethal Weapon. All those mixed together anyway.
There's that TV show, Lethal Weapon.
Right. Yeah. But anyway, so yeah. So, yes.
So there's this middle period.
Yeah.
Then we have, of course, this newest period, which is these historical revisionism, of course, encompassing Inglourious Basterds, Django Unchained, Hateful Eight, and now Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. We're obviously historically minded people. We love history. We love movies. What is your perception of these movies as artifacts or chronicles of history in their own respective ways?
Well, first of all,
collectively?
I don't want to be hyperbolic about this. As a lover of I'm going to start generally first about this. As a lover of history and a lover of film,
we're gonna have another conversation about this at some future point.
I don't want to be too hyperbolic. There are moments in this movie I'm going to talk about that are irresponsible. But in general, I don't feel that a lot of people disagree with this, especially historians and people who teach history. I don't feel that movies owe history anything.
Yeah.
In a sense of that, no, if you want to take history and make of it what you will in a way that is just or has a point to it, I'm totally willing to go along with that ride with you. Like, I will go, and Inglourious Basterds is a version of that where, yes, and by the way, if this is a spoiler for it, if this is a shocker to you, you know,
not exactly how
Hitler
World War II
dies
ended
at the end of that film.
And one of the great dramatic ironies of that movie is like, oh well, we're gonna break in and kill Hitler, and he's at the premiere of this movie. And when you first seeing that, you're like, oh well, this isn't gonna happen. What's gonna happen along the way to prevent this? And no, it does definitely happen.
Yeah.
And that was among the most shocking moments I've ever had in a movie theater, when that theater blows up and he's already been shot to death.
Yeah.
MP40, I think. I was like, what? They did that?
Yeah.
They really did that, and not even out of disappointment or disgust, more like awe of like, wow, you just flagrantly just said. And that's when it really clicks, and it's something you watch more of them, that was like an attempt at making an exploitation movie for Jews. That it was an attempt to say, like, you know, that we're going to fulfill all the Jewish fantasies of what happens to this guy. Now, I want to say this as a counterpoint to what we're going to watch today. But what makes this different is what happens to most of the Jews in that movie.
They're all killed.
They're all killed, or they're to various extents. And so even in breaking the historical mold, he is in his own way acknowledging the true fate of the great many Jews, unfortunately, of Europe during World War II, of death and destruction, while granting them some sense of agency to rewrite history at the same time. And I think that kind of having your cake and eat it too is so precarious, and if it's not done just right, fails.
Yeah.
That was an example. It was done just right. And this is attempting to do some similar things, but I don't think as nearly as faithful to the experience of African Americans in antebellum America.
Absolutely. And also, somebody said this, and we can talk. I'll bring this back up again later. Somebody said this in a review we read. He didn't ever go to the death camps. He knew that he couldn't push it that far to go to Auschwitz and show the horror of that.
He knew he couldn't get away with like going to Auschwitz and dropping a David Bowie song.
Right.
So that's just not gonna fly.
Now, some people might find, okay, so is he ignoring the Holocaust in that way? I don't necessarily find that to be true because of the opening scene of the movie, where he really engages with the Nazi
the whole
ideology.
Shoshana in that movie, that she's hiding in plain sight, and she's being very careful about how she's going about her life, but knows at any moment she could be found out and she could go to the camps.
Right. It's exact. I mean, it gets it right on.
That's frankly probably the biggest accomplishment of his career, even if it's not the best movie. The fact that movie got as much right as it did.
And I know there's people that don't like that movie, and if they don't, I get it, because if that doesn't make sense to you,
especially if you're Jewish,
and I won't even say make sense. I don't want to act like people don't get it, but it's like if you don't think that is justified, I totally understand that.
And especially if you're Jewish, like I said,
of course,
if you're deciding no, this is a farce, then,
but he doesn't do that in Django. He goes all the way, and we'll talk about that later, about the horrors inflicted upon African Americans are very direct
and again,
very gruesome in this movie.
I think he can sometimes get away with it. And again, it's such a fine line, and it should be a credit to him that he gets it more okay or right than anyone else would do in these circumstances.
Yeah.
So he should get credit for that.
Right.
But when you're playing with fire, eventually you're just going to get burned, and I feel like that's what happened with this.
Right.
But something again like the Hateful Eight to me is, I think I hinted at this last episode, is a much better example of on the surface doing a story that's about this when actually the story is about that over there.
Yeah.
On the surface, the story is like this Agatha Christie novel in this western cabin in the snow. It feels like a play, and I think he's even said that he wants to maybe do a stage version of it,
in a way,
like it's a who's who of whose line. Who's here to kill who? It's like a murder mystery almost. But really, underneath underneath the surface, and then it comes bubbling up to the surface. It's about race in post-Civil War America that, unfortunately, is all too close to our own quote present moment. And I'm not going to be one of them idiots. Oh, it's about today. You know?
Right.
Any art made in any era is about that moment in some implicit way. Duh. Grow up in terms of understanding that.
Yeah.
But it is very sophisticated in terms of Kurt Russell and Samuel L. Jackson's characters in those movies, and at first they seem like they have this grudging respect or friendship with one another, while there's very clearly you're black and I'm white. And the whole myth of the movie about Abraham Lincoln's letter, I think is such one of the great creations of his career in terms of like coming up with a conceit like that and how that plays out over that movie. And then as it turns out, Walton Goggins, the much more explicitly racist character, actually reaches an understanding with Jackson's character far quicker in some ways than you get with Kurt Russell and Jackson.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite direction that they go. Like you said, it's like the beginning. It's like almost this like very sick kind of paternalistic view that Russell has. And then he gets to the point where he's like, "Oh, you're all that way.
Right.
All you do is lie." And but then on the opposite end,
Goggins was a Confederate,
starts as a racist,
Confederate
and
in the Confederate
ultimately
Army.
dies as a racist. But
in the end, they're like, "Well, we gotta survive." It's not about who's black and who's white. It's about how we're gonna make it out of here.
And he has way more of an understanding of why Jackson lied about that, I think, than Russell does. By the end, he's like, "Okay, I kind of get that." And he says he's like, "That was a nice touch about Mary Todd or whatever." He actually, I feel like, kind of unspokenly comes to the realization of, I understand why you would have to lie about that and to become liked by white people in this new society, and that's like you said, that's a far more interesting
I think it's a great example of like, don't quote make the big race movie,
right?
Do the thing that on the surface is a story that works in of itself, but has these elements of race that are far more subtle in so many ways and far more, frankly, fidelious to reality, and are reflective of reality, as opposed to being this what if.
Yeah.
Just do what American history is, in a more straightforward way,
And also, one scene in that movie that I always think about is between Bruce Dern and Samuel L. Jackson, where there's that great scene where they kind of sit down and are talking about being I don't remember what battle it was, but they were both at the same battle, and that Dern is obviously incredibly racist, dies an incredible racist. There's not really a whole lot there of him, but
one his takes on John Wilkes would have been.
Yeah, right. But he has this realization. Well, at first he's like, Jackson's like, "Yeah, I was there. Are you going to deny me that too?" And he's like, "No, I believe you were there."
Yeah.
And they kind of have this moment of respect for one another, of like, you were at that hell.
Yeah.
We both went through that same hell together.
Even if we're on different sides.
Even if we are on the opposite side of why the hell is being unleashed, but there's a sense there of this very brief camaraderie of like, but we both went through this same thing, and we can both respect each other on that level, which quickly deteriorates in only moments later.
One of those shocking moments, I'd say, in Tarantino's whole career is the unveiling of the story of him and Bruce Dern's son.
Yeah, right.
And whether or not that's... The whole movie's about what's true and what's not true in storytelling in some ways. And the fact that that's not definitively told whether or not it's true but the whole concept it could be drives Dern into even more of a rabid state. And all that's just far more interesting to me than what this movie's trying to do. And so, again, we saw Hateful Eight, and we were lucky enough to see it in 70 millimeter, and it looked beautiful on film. And even had certain cuts that I think were only in that cut, I think. So, Hateful Eight, I think that was a good comeback from this, I think, in terms of and
get more grounding it in reality in a sense.
And it should be said, he learned, I think, absolutely nothing from this movie. This movie was mostly praised, made money. He won a Best Original Screenplay trophy for this. Academy. I don't know what's going on with them in any era, but so he learned absolutely nothing in this. But I think in some ways, creatively, he was getting to doing something like this. All of this culminates now to the ninth film by Quentin Tarantino, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Thoughts on that?
Totally love everything about that movie.
What do you think of it as an historical revisionism?
Well, and I said this last week. I'll start with the negative first. What that movie wants to posit is a return to an era of Hollywood that was, not open to a lot of minorities or females or people that weren't part of the normal white bread, what they say, the fascists on TV kind of lifestyle of the 50s and 60s. So it's wanting ultimately to posit that as a reality that it wants to return to. However, I also understand, on a very basic level, the evil inherent to Charles Manson, who we love to laugh at in his YouTube videos and all that kind of stuff. And as much as he's a hilarious figure in his own way, of the way he acts is just so... he's dead now, thank God. He's literally probably one of the most purely evil people that have ever been in the public eye, I think, in American history. On another level of... Obviously not on a level of, like, people in this country who have been in power that have committed war crimes, who I won't name necessarily on here, but you can probably guess who they are if you're enlightened. But that... not only the murders that occurred, that he says, I didn't do anything. Come on, really. Plus, he by the way, probably did actually kill some people, which nobody ever talks about, but literally. But was just an incredible racist. His whole ideology was based on this, we need to start the race war.
Now, some people have criticized the movie in terms of totally not addressing at all what that was.
Yeah, and that might be a problem.
That should just be acknowledged in terms of a criticism.
But so getting into all that's a muck, and it's a bog. You're never going to get out of it in a way. But that the revenge perpetrated on those people, some people found to be too much. They found it disgusting, and misogynistic. But I don't know. I think when you have an understanding, frankly, of and is that bad? And maybe it is, and maybe it is bad. I'm taking a joy in watching that. I don't know, but when you really read what those people did to those people, I don't think people really know the width and breadth of the inhumanity.
Among murdering other people, murdering a pregnant woman.
And the things that they did to those people before they killed them. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to act like people are ignorant or anything, but like if you just don't know about those things, I guess you don't know. And ultimately, is it fighting fire with fire? I guess it is, but I don't know. I personally found no issue in watching that, and but that's just me. I don't know. And I get it. People don't like that, but so ultimately, what I'll say, and then you can say what you're going to say about it, is that I feel that is an interesting concept of seeing Sharon Tate and the people that were murdered as pure souls who were extinguished in the kind of innocence of old Hollywood, even in its most, taking away all the terrible things about it, even in its most basic sense of the way Hollywood used to be, the kind of stardom and the glamour of it was robbed by that, and Hollywood became a hell, even though it already was a hell. But I understand that concept. But also, the very final moment in the movie says this was all a dream. It was all a fantasy, a fairy tale. It didn't actually happen. Which I think is why it works more than anything, is that he's saying, but it couldn't be. Right. And that wasn't what happened.
Yeah.
And the horror was far greater than the horror becomes far greater than we even imagined by the end.
Yeah.
So anyway,
and speaking of the end of the movie, because I think in a weird way that's where you got to start talking about that movie. It wasn't pointed out because I hadn't seen the movie before this point. It was a few days after it had came out, and we saw it right when it came out, and immediately
4:00 that day.
Immediately, I was like, "This is my favorite Tarantino movie" in my head, and because Reservoir Dogs has always been the number one, and it's still very close number two. But just again, you feel the director growing up, and so often he's been complaining about that you're you still feel like a child sitting in front of the TV, that your interests are not getting a little older. And while he's certainly still interested in the same things that he is in that movie as he was in the past, it should be said, it's his first Hollywood movie. Yeah. It's his first movie about Hollywood. Right. So I think that in its own
he's
way
made
was
movies
notable.
about movies his whole career. Right. Inglourious Bastards, I think what works about that movie also really quickly is taking cinema at its basis level, but not only like making it an exploitation movie for Jews, but also this idea of kind of interrogating the Nazis' love of cinema, and how that plays into the plot, obviously, and all the things that means. Just his basic understanding of what cinema meant to people in that time period, be they obviously Nazis or not, and turning that into something that I feel like is actually probably his greatest treatise on cinema, is that film, and kind of the way he understands cinema, both as literally, and also just the fact that it is an exploitation movie of that, the way that it's shot and the way it feels like it was made in the 60s and 70s, and it feels like, that could be a movie that was made then, and just like I said, I understand why people don't get that, but I think that frankly you just have to admit the level of genius he's operating on to make a movie like that, and to have an understanding of cinema that is that broad and also specific to make a movie like Inglourious Bastards. But anyway,
and to that point about Inglourious Bastards, you see like the movie that DiCaprio's
the Five Fists of McCluskey, something like that.
That it's like the World War II movie. It almost looks like it's shot like it's a deleted scene almost from Inglourious Bastards. It just looks
the 14 Fists. Excuse me. Wow, that's way
14
more.
Fists of McCluskey.
Anyway,
that it almost looks like a deleted scene from Inglourious Bastards the way it's shot.
I mean, anyone want any fried sauerkraut?
And obviously we're talking about Hollywood a lot. And this is a part of Hollywood, but not necessarily as much about movies. But the movie's ultimately concerned with Hollywood, or like TV westerns, which was a whole scene that I never really considered before. And I talked to my dad afterwards, because he's born in 1954, and he saw and he understood all these shows and references that I never really thought about seriously, even from the very beginning of the movie too. I know I was going to love it when. Right off the top, it had the little NBC logo and sound of the old NBC of the late 60s. And there's just this overwhelming sense of, nostalgia. And again, I obviously wasn't alive in that period. We've talked about the 60s and 70s at length on here. We'll continue to talk about it. But just this sense of, it's a cruising movie. It's so much of the movie is DiCaprio and Pitt separated.
Yeah.
But obviously, but they come together at the end to watch his guest spot on the FBI,
which was Burt Reynolds in the actual episode,
right? Right. And it should be said, Burt Reynolds was going to play George Spawn,
but John
and he died, and so Bruce Dern took over. And again, the whole sequence of Pitt when he goes to Spawn Ranch. When you remember first seeing that, and just the sense of dread you had watching that,
the Texas Chainsaw Massacre,
and you're just because of course you know the history. You're like, oh my God, they're going to kill him and bury his body out back or something.
Yeah.
And just the close up canted angle of his face on the other side of the screen door, don't know when I'll make it here again. It's just I don't know the next time I'll make it here, and you're just like.
And when he's and taps the screens, I ain't stopping me. It's there's just a level of suspense I don't think he's ever operated on that level.
And so
and he's usually good at stuff like that anyway. But I think
again, it's a lot of that historical irony of knowing about who these people are that adds. I mean, objectively, it's well shot and well paced, but that adds a whole nother dimension to it. And then again, it's just like it's just a character. It's a movie about characters actually living semi in the real world, even though it's this fantasy world ultimately. Again,
it's steeped in the pop culture of the time that makes it feel so real. That it is so lived in.
And again, it dropping that Judge Roy Bean music at the very end.
Yeah.
As again, and then it reveals Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So a lot of people say, "Oh, it's like this triumphant ending." On paper, it is, but ultimately, you knowing the history of this, and you're like, "Oh, but it's a fairy tale," like you said. It's not what reality was.
Yeah.
And so I feel like that's in some ways his among his more sophisticated takes on this historical revisionism in terms of saying, "Oh, what if?" You know, what if? And again, he always operates in his movies that almost exist in this alternate reality from our own. And again, I'm just totally enamored and in love with that movie. I understand some criticisms of it, but it seems like it was mostly well loved and made money.
And our parents loved it, and they're not people who normally
like his
movies, especially our mom, who reviles Tarantino like a lot of people do, but she loved it. I mean, and she's also a big fan of Brad Pitt, and but no, I mean it seems to be well liked, thankfully, because and I think that. Still, my favorite movie his is still Reservoir Dogs, just because that movie made such an impression on me that
it's not going to shake.
So few movies have made, and
that's a very close number.
That is so close, though. I mean, I think it's in ways. I think his best film is still probably Pulp Fiction, but it's so close that Once Upon a Time.
And again, it should be said, this modern period of him since Inglourious Basterds have mostly all been great movies.
And that's what I was going to say. Is I think to kind of sum up that whole historical period, we'll call it, of his historical revisionism, I think it's not overall, like I said, I think overall his best just pound-for-pound films were made in the 90s, that kind of stuff. But I feel like his most, mature kind of, this is a funny thing to say, galaxy brain level conception of the way films are, like just the history of cinema, the history of history in cinema, and just his cinematic language and the way he makes films is on another level of maturity that I think it's just comes
that
with
aren't
age.
reflected almost in who he is as a person.
No, I don't get it. I really don't, because and maybe that's where we can come back to. Do we want to come back to the Pulp Fiction thing about him in that movie now? Is this a good place to do that?
Yeah, I think so. Because obviously, this is talking about race in general with him.
Right.
Because one thing we have down was, what was he attempting to do with this? I think it's
Django Unchained.
Yeah,
right.
I think we kind of covered that already. He's trying to do this like revisionist Western revenge movie with slavery
in the South.
Now, of course, I've heard various numbers how many N-words are in this movie.
It's like a little over 100, I think.
I thought it was approaching 200.
Oh, was it? See, I don't know.
I can't remember. We're not going to count it as we're doing it. So I think it's closer to 200.
Okay, it wouldn't surprise me.
Of course, again, talking about him in Pulp Fiction, he very famously inserts himself into that movie and says the N-word a lot.
But yet gives himself a black wife in the movie, too, which is really weird, and I don't understand. But anyway.
Yeah, he very clearly, to me, in general, seems like he's obviously a white person, but he almost wishes he was black. It seems as though you see this in his the way he talks about influences in his movies. And again, I think he sees himself as somebody who's, quote, on the good side of this and a part of a cause of certain regard. And moving on to this question here, was he even capable of doing this movie? It's something I want to say. And in general, should a white director even attempt to do something like this? Yes or no?
Well, I think he achieved it in The Hateful Eight.
But you know why I think that's different, and you might even say this.
Yeah.
It's mostly white characters dealing with this, and you have a black character there, but he's not taking on the role of trying to put himself in the shoes of a black character. He's commenting on white racism in The Hateful Eight.
Yeah.
I feel like it's very one-dimensional in comparison, obviously, to this.
No, I don't think he was capable of doing it. I don't think he...
So if, say, Boots Riley or, some modern black director done a version of this, we might not have liked certain things about it, but it just wouldn't have felt inherently
it would
wrong.
feel genuine.
Yeah.
It would feel apt and I'm trying to think of the word. I don't know. I mean, it would feel authoritative in a way
Yeah.
that this does not.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't have much to say on that front other than no. I just think he
I don't think so
doesn't
either.
get it.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he was capable of doing this. And again, he's done similar things in some of these other movies, but
Well,
again,
I don't even want to say he doesn't take it seriously. I don't want to pretend to understand him, but totally. But I think that he wants to make this the exploitation movie, and I don't know that he totally takes slavery as seriously as he ought to. It's certainly not in the film. I don't know about him personally. I'm sure he does. I don't know, but it's
I
just
think
a
in his head, I
misfire.
think he does.
Right,
but,
and I don't want to pretend. I assume he does. I don't necessarily. I wouldn't call him a racist necessarily because I think that's something that's very easy to do, and I think it's even would be valid for some people to say that. But I think it's far more complicated than that to a point of something I can't understand.
Yeah.
But yes, I think he does take it seriously, but I don't think that this movie does, and I don't think the concept of the movie does. Part of all this comes down to the fact of his changing of history in this movie. The biggest thing of these that I want to talk about, and we can talk about it when it happens in the movie, is the Mandingo fighting scene. The main reason he put that in this movie is because one of his favorite films, for some reason, is Mandingo from the 70s, which is kind of about this type of thing, I guess. The biggest historical, and by the way, like I said, I will allow any movie to do whatever it needs to do historically to get across the point of why they're doing it. But the biggest, obviously, glaring problem with that, and somebody said this in one of the reviews we read, was that slave owners would not have seen their slaves as worth possibly wasting and killing in this way because they see them as property that they have to.
It's like cattle or
yeah,
a
it's
horse.
like it's like chattel
yeah.
slave. I mean, they are losing money if that person is too injured or dies. So that, and one thing we know for certain about these plantation owners in history is all they cared about was greed and money, and they would do anything. They would go to war to make sure that. Yeah, did y'all know about that? Y'all ever hear about that whole thing? Y'all know why the Civil War was fought? It was because of slavery. I don't want to hear anybody say it different. If you don't agree with that,
states' rights.
Get off of this
To own
podcast
slaves,
right now. Yeah, yes, that was all that war was about.
Yeah.
Economic slavery. I mean, that you can give me all your reasons. It all goes back to that.
Yeah.
They would not have seen Mandingo fighting as worth anything.
I totally agree with you. Let me present a devil's advocate argument.
Go ahead.
What would you say if somebody said, well, it's trying to comment on the contempt for black people that they had and just that they don't see them as human, so they're merely instruments of entertainment or fighting, and it's less trying to present a reality and more to comment on their contempt for black
I understand that.
property.
I understand that. But it's also clear what this all gets down to as well, and what my biggest problem with this movie is that he clearly, when moments like this in this movie, like that, or like the moment I mentioned last week where there's like the close-up shot of the dog with the slave's bones in its teeth and stuff like that, he clearly is, I don't want to say getting off, but he's clearly enjoying filming these things.
Well, again, that's part of the inherent playing with fire thing of his whole career is like, oh, I'm going to do like an exploitation movie, but then it's like slavery.
Yeah.
And I was going to, let's just start talking about this too.
Go ahead.
Spike Lee, of course, a director we also totally into. We've not really talked about Spike Lee at all here, but we love him.
A master of the form.
And we're going to do movies of him eventually, undoubtedly. Yeah. Him and Tarantino very famously have like a rivalry that have happened over the years. Apparently at first, and Spike Lee had been making movies for almost 10 years by the time Tarantino had arrived on the scene in the early 90s. But both were still relatively young filmmakers. Yeah. It's interesting too, just like in my own way, I'm not as older as other people who really pay attention to this, but have seen them age over time and their movies age and their audiences age over time. That's been interesting to watch happen. Of course, Spike Lee. Now, Spike Lee, it should be said, we love him too. He loves starting fire with, frankly, people who usually deserve it in terms of, he's had things to say about Clint Eastwood in the past in terms of his
things to say about Tyler Perry.
And frankly, usually Spike Lee's on the right, correct end of the argument. Of course, him and Tarantino have had bad things to say to each other. Again, at first they were mostly cordial. I think it was when Jackie Brown happened, when it started to take a turn. And when it should be said, Lee and Tarantino collaborated of sorts when Lee directed in 1996 a film called Girl 6, which was about a struggling actress who becomes a phone sex operator, and then Tarantino himself made a cameo as a film director. So at that point, they were on pretty good terms, but over the last 25 plus years now, things have taken a dive. I'm reading a little bit from this Telegraph article. Now, this was written in 2015, around the time Hateful Eight was about to come out. Tarantino made the comments on Spike Lee while in Sao Paulo promoting the upcoming film Hateful Eight, a spaghetti western. At the conference, Tarantino was asked if he'd ever work with Lee again, to which the True Romance director, which is incorrect, Tony Scott directed True Romance. He wrote it. Yeah, said never. Then later on it says Tarantino said, quote, "I have 2 more films to direct." And that's another thing we haven't really said. He's made a big deal about, his 10th film will be his last.
I mean, the ego is unending.
Yeah, I've got a quote at the end that talks about that again. But he says, quote, "I have 2 more films to direct, and I will not spend any of them working with that son of a B. Lee, would be very happy the day I accept to work with him, but it will not happen." Now, it should be said that Spike Lee's career critically was kind of at a not a great point in 2015. It's since rebounded with Black Klansman and
what was the movie?
Defy Bloods.
He had made like that old boy remake and like The Sweet Blood of Jesus or whatever. Right.
And I'm going to read from some of this article here that talks about this. I think it's interesting. Long-standing feud between Tarantino and Lee has been well documented in the media, with the latter vocal in his criticism of the repeated use of the N-word in Tarantino's films. Hostility between the two directors first became public in 1997 with the release of Tarantino's film Jackie Brown, where Lee expressed his concern over the excessive use of racist language. Lee is reported to have said at the time, quote, "Quentin is infatuated with that word. What does he want? What does he want to be made, an honorary black man?" Tarantino responded, quote, "As a writer, I demand the right to write any character in the world that I want to write. And to say that I can't do that because I'm white, that is racist." In 2013, Lee stated that he would not watch Tarantino's film Django Unchained because it would be, quote, disrespectful, end quote, to his ancestors. Quote, "American slavery was not a Sergio Leone spaghetti western. It was a Holocaust. My ancestors are slaves, stolen from Africa. I will honor them," Lee wrote on Twitter after promising to boycott the film. Let me just take a brief pause here. Again, he's talking about American slavery was not a Sergio Leone spaghetti western, so why are you making a mockery of this? Right. It was a Holocaust. Again, that could point to why some people would think, why are you taking even what happened in the Holocaust or the time of World War II and make a farce out of that? And I know there has been some, as you could imagine, Jewish criticisms of Inglourious Basterds, but has been mostly well received, and a lot of Jews anecdotally and all have been on paper.
And this movie's been well received, especially by a lot of African Americans too.
It does say that. When asked about Lee's comments in the build up to the release of Django Unchained, Tarantino said he would not waste his time responding to them. Now, this is what I think is one of the more interesting aspects of this here. Samuel L. Jackson, who starred in Django Unchained and is friends with both directors, was asked about the feud in a 2013 Playboy interview. Quote, "Spike saying, 'I'm not going to see Django because it's an insult to my ancestors.' It's fine if you think that, but then you have nothing else to say about the movie, period, because you don't know if Quentin insulted your ancestors or not." So again, when Lee won his Oscar a few years ago, the first one other than the honorary one he had won, on stage was, of course, his dear personal friend, Samuel L. Jackson. And he is someone who has worked very regularly, especially with Tarantino, but also with Lee multiple times. And he's like, he seems to not have one bit of a problem whatsoever with any of this stuff, which I think is interesting.
And his performance in the movie is really
which
going
we've
out
already
there.
hinted at.
And I mean, it's interesting. I've always found that fascinating.
He seems,
Jackson's
and again, he's even in all these Capital One commercials with Spike Lee too. You know,
and Charles Barkley's in those too. I think, right? Yeah.
Last quote here, I'll read from this. Tarantino was no, not that. The next film will be the 9th, and the next after that will be his last, which again, 9th would have been Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Well, of course, he counts Kill Bill's 2 movies, so he's actually made 10. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yes, 1. I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah, but we in the real world counted as 2. So but
I have a mythological perspective with respect to myself and my career. He added. He said, adding that he'd likely devote his time to producing the work of others after ending his career as a director. He has a mythological perspective with respect to his career. What a bozo,
by the way,
what
is it? Well, of course they've had all kinds of war words. What is it? He called him the little.
Oh
man.
right, yeah. The various times he's referred to Spike Lee as the little man or the little dude.
Do you control the nicknames your enemies bestow on you? Aldo the Apache and the Little Man?
What do you mean, the little man?
German's nickname for you.
The German's nickname for me is the little man?
So, there's that. And again, why I wanted to mention Spike Lee in general, he's obviously the de facto leader of black cinema. And there's even been people speak out against him. Boots Riley, he did. And so I'm not saying that he's without reproach or he's uncriticizable, because we've seen certain movies of him we've not quite liked. But we also recently saw Bamboozled, which we loved.
Oh yeah,
was such a brilliant satire on blaxploitation. Blaxploitation, not really that, but
the actual
exploitation
of African Americans.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was thinking when I said that.
Not the genre of.
So again, we'll be touching on Spike Lee in the future because we're fans of him. But all I meant to say with him is there are two directors again that another one that people are maybe less familiar with him as a filmmaker, more as this activist or this guy who talks a lot in terms of, that's the guy at the Knicks games.
Yeah,
that they see.
Yeah.
So at that point, we'll end with this opening discussion, unless you have anything else to add.
Well, I have a couple things, but they can be part of this.
Why are we doing this as our first Quentin Tarantino movie?
Because honestly, I think it's all of his impulses at their worst. First of all, one thing that's important to note, a lot of people talked about this. You've talked about it. I've talked about it. This is his first movie without his longtime editor, Sally Menke, who passed away in between Inglourious Basterds and Django Unchained. This movie's way too long.
Several of the reviews pointed this out, too.
It has way too much talking. Way too much talking. I even, we've talked about this before, this movie I overall love, but, there's that moment in Hateful Eight where everything's kind of gone to crap and all this stuff's going on, and Samuel L. Jackson sits down and's like loading that gun. He's like, let's slow it down. Let's slow it way down. And it's like the most Tarantino thing ever. He's like, hang on, I'm going to agonize y'all with the talk. Well, I even remember, by the way, when we went to go see this with a friend of mine, and it was in the scenes in the carriage at the beginning of the movie, and he leaned over to me. He's like, "Is it going to be in the carriage the whole time?" I was like, "No, it's." He's like, "Oh, okay, this is just going on a little long now." And I love that, so and that's fine. But no, I get that, and I think one of the best scenes, if not the best scene in his whole filmography, is like the pub scene in Inglourious Basterds of how long that scene is, and the suspense of that is great, and how long that goes on and the way it ends. But that in this movie though, you just have these long monologues.
Slow it way down,
And you know what? None of them, for the most part, are from the black actors or characters. They're all from the white people.
So that's what I'm saying. The script is, for the most part, far more interested in them than it is actually the supposed subjects of the movie.
And so that's a problem. Another thing, and all the things we've already talked about it about. But one thing I want to the way I want to end on with this is that you recently read all of it. I'm reading it now. It's in the news again and in people's minds. Colson Whitehead's book, The Underground Railroad, which you can speak more to this because you finished the whole thing. Totally amazing book.
Before I'll say anything about the book, it's just been adapted by Barry Jenkins, which I've only gotten the best reviews. We're waiting until you finish it, and then we're going to watch it
soon, and then
we might find a chance just to briefly talk about that, just because sometime soon on here. But
the important, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, brilliant book. It does play with history and time in some interesting ways in terms of the Underground Railroad being manifested into a literal railroad.
Right.
But again, that is I feel like we're living in an age that this is very much a positive development, that we're actually letting black filmmakers, writers, actors control their stories for the first time in a widespread way. And I feel like even if you could take Django Unchained exactly as it is, and let's say it just was released now, I don't think it would get the glorious response it got.
I don't know why.
That's already kind of frozen in time now. That can't be changed, and people can criticize it now. But it's always going to be that movie that won all those awards, made the box office that it did. And I feel like if you took that exact same movie and Tarantino everything, and put it out now, that it would not be heralded as such, especially in an age, again, where we're finally having black creators control the destinies of their own stories.
Yeah.
We're living in an age of Ava DuVernay, Barry Jenkins, Dee Reese, Boots Riley, all these filmmakers, and Spike Lee, again, he's been making movies for some time now, but especially these younger ones, that finally they get to tell their stories. And
Ryan Coogler's another
Ryan
one, too.
Coogler
Yeah.
also, that is, again, faithful to their own, the experience of their own peoples.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to go as far as say that you can't be a white artist and not depict black people in the past,
Yeah.
and you have a certain right to do that. But there are just certain invisible lines that you can't cross, and it's an invisible line, but when you get close to the line, you should have a sense of awareness.
I think it's
that when you're going to cross that line.
It's very red. It is very direct, I think, and that's another thing about the movie. He just wanted to go as far as he could go with this movie.
Well, again, he's been a guy who's been pushing the line ever since the Stuck in the Middle with You scene in Reservoir Dogs. So this is not a new thing for him to get close.
And we'll talk about the violence in the movie later, because we can talk about that while it's happening. But and how stupid and cartoonish all that is. But he just that's ultimately he just wanted to push as far as he could push, and with like you said, in a career of pushing the line, pushing the envelope. He normally bends that line, but it never breaks. Here, it just shatters, I think, and he went.
And again, we should give him credit that after this,
he hasn't done it again overall.
Right. Yeah, there's moments it approaches it, but so again, when you have a whole career of being the provocateur, I think for some people they just think that gives them a blank check or a hall pass to do whatever they want to do, and they don't have any consequences. They're always going to be that guy criticized on TV and coming back with, oh, it's so much fun, all this stuff,
Yeah.
And so I don't think there's a point where he's immune to any criticism. It would just bounce off of him because he's already in the mode of I'm the provocateur, I'm rock and roll, I'm hip hop, I'm right about whatever. Yeah. That again, thankfully now we're living in an age where black creators and artists are actually having control over their stories and their own peoples for the very first time in a widespread way, which I think is, frankly, one of the few positive developments of contemporary cinema, contemporary moving images. But no, he shouldn't have been able to. No. He shouldn't have got away with doing this. No. And again, when I say get away, I don't mean even attempting it. Because I guess feel free to go for it, I guess.
Yeah, right.
But to not be rewarded by the industry as widespread as it was, and by audiences and by the popular culture in general.
And I think that even those of you who are listening to this now and you love the movie, and this is just we're just raining on your parade or whatever we're doing, which I could frankly care less. Mm-hmm. But also, I think that history will prove this movie wrong, and that people will come back and realize what. And again, it's all
this
about,
is true of any lame movies we're doing on here, like a Snow Day or some movies I can think of in the future we're going to be doing.
Right.
We don't do these movies unless there's some reason to talk about them. Now, it's just some dumb family comedy that
we just think
has no
funny.
consequence whatsoever. This is a consequential movie.
Yeah.
It is important, even if we don't like it. And so we're doing it to talk about why it's important, but why it's important in some not so great ways.
Right.
So we're not saying it's not important or monumental in its own way, because we wouldn't be talking about this movie specifically if it wasn't.
Right.
And a lot of his movies, it should be said, don't necessarily have an obvious social relevance to them. They exist in the world of movies, but especially the 2010s. 2010s, like any era in many ways, was rocked by racial violence and a prejudice against specifically people of color.
Yeah.
And this movie plays a role in terms of existing in that culture at that time implicitly. Yeah. And I don't really think this movie would have existed if Barack Obama maybe even wouldn't have become president when he did.
Yeah.
Now, that's not to say he's an inspiration for this movie per se, but the uplift of black Americans during this time was considerable, so much so that Tarantino himself, as a white hipster who sees himself ultimately as adjacent to the black community by his pure love of it, felt a certain maybe creative license to do something like this when it happened. So,
I guess so.
There we go. Well, again, as he said, we might be raining on the parade of people who like this, but we're being honest. And again, we mostly love him.
No, and I'm not trying to be a jerk about this whole thing, but I could frankly care less if you love this, and I'm not calling, and I don't want to insult you, but I'm just like, I think this movie is a light abomination.
Well, again, as you said, I think ultimately in the long run, this will be
Yeah, and I'm not trying to come
Seen
at this
what it
either
is.
of, oh, look at me, I didn't like this. Oh, I'm the
been plenty of other people
I'm the
didn't
white
like it
guy that
either.
didn't like it. I'm not trying to be like that. You know, I'm not trying to be the white male who's like, oh, look at me, I'm, you know, not loving this racist thing or whatever, but or at least partially. But I mean, you know, it is what it is. Like and I think, like you said, I think that people will come around on it eventually. But I find no joy in not liking it either, because it you know, it is what it is, and it's movie I don't really think about as much as I ought to either, because I kind of just
locked it out.
Thought about what it was, moved on, and I'm going to be and you know what? Maybe I like it a little more this time, but I doubt it considering everything we've said. But maybe I'll give it more thought than I have, and it'll mean something more to me. But I'm just saying that just to be somewhat positive going into it. But
I think I can speak for both of us when I say we walk into any movie, whether it's for the first time or rewatching it, trying to give it the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Like, give us the best version of what you are, and we will judge it as such, right?
Yeah, right.
So we're not putting this on just to roast it the whole time. We actually just want to also just see where it fails, where it succeeds, and in the end, judge those things against one another.
Especially only as the second time for me. I mean, you know,
this will be, I think, my fourth time.
So I'll be interested to see it. But anyway.
All right, so we're going to take a brief break. You'll hear the trailer, and then right after that, 2012's Django Unchained.
There ain't no grave can hold my body down. There ain't no grave can hold my body down.
Good cold evening, gentlemen. Amongst your inventory, I've been led to believe is a specimen I'm keen to acquire.
When I hear that trumpet sound,
What's your name?
I'm gonna rise right out of the ground.
Django. Then you're exactly the one I'm looking for.
Hey, stop talking to him.
Calm down. I'm simply a customer trying to conduct a transaction.
Last chance, fancy pants.
Oh, very well. Do you know what a bounty hunter is? You kill people, and they give you a reward. Better they are, bigger the reward. I need your help. I'm looking for the Brittle Brothers. However, I don't know what they look like, but you do. Don't you? They caught my wife, and they sold her, but I don't know who to. That means we visit every plantation until we find them. Once a final Brittle Brother lies dead in the dust, I agree to give you your freedom, and I'll take you to rescue your wife.
Where are we going?
Yes! Gentlemen, you had my curiosity, but now you have my attention. How do you like the bounty hunting business?
Kill white folks and they pay you for it? What's not to like?
I like the way you die, boy.
He is a rambunctious sword, ain't he?
What's your name?
Django.
The D is silent.
And we're back. Now, I know that trailer we just dropped, you only hear the audio of, but the titles at the end, Django is off the chain.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if that's great stuff, but it's something. All right, Levi, so why is this rated R?
Strong graphic violence throughout, a vicious fight, language, and some nudity. Of course...
but tasteful nudity. Don't say,
No.
I love it said that in the ratings. It was like tasteful nudity. Like it's not gratuitous. It's like tasteful.
It's art.
It's like in Titanic, you know, like
Yeah.
where she's nude, but she's getting a great picture of her drawn. Anyways,
well, one thing too that Ebert mentioned. By the way, that was kind of a rambling review that was kind of sad to read.
Yeah.
But anyway,
that's all I'll say about it.
That he said something about that years ago it would have been like we need to tone stuff down to get an X. Or to not get an X rating
at
the time period,
as such a long shot thing now.
Yeah,
for
but no, I
X's
mean,
anyways,
I don't even know that the only thing that exists now is NC-17 or
that's threatened, yeah,
right.
there,
but that this movie isn't worried about where it's going. So, which I mean, it's an R. I don't even think it's relevant to get us. I don't even know what NC-17 or unrated means personally. But yeah,
really the biggest rating that's been watered down over the years is PG-13.
Yeah, that doesn't
There's
mean
probably
anything
honestly
at
more
all.
PG-13 movies need to be rated R.
Yeah,
than R.
Yeah, I don't get it. But anyway, yeah.
So, anyways, all right, we're watching this off the standard issue Weinstein Company Blu-ray. We can throw out some Weinstein takes here in just a moment.
I mean,
but
I don't think there's much to say other than
degenerate scumbag. Yeah,
screw them. Yeah, I don't know.
But
yeah.
it should be said, long time association with Tarantino through most of his career.
Yeah.
So we're watching the Blu-ray, hitting play on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna crack open my can of Coca-Cola.
One of my favorite sounds you hear in Lumina Theater.
Just do it.
Yeah. Weinstein Company, again, another big Weinstein Company released this Oscar season, or this award season, would have been The Master.
Mm-hmm.
We got the classic old Columbia logo here.
You know what's a random thing that's kind of annoying to me is he did the Toho logo for Kill Bill movies. That wasn't made through them, though, was it?
Officially, no, I don't
That's
think
what I'm
so,
saying.
yeah.
It's like, so you're just lying, but anyway.
Are you calling him a liar?
Yeah.
Django opening title song.
Yeah, because that's another thing about this movie is it wants to be the spaghetti westerns and the blaxploitation, but it also wants to be that type of like John Ford, Howard Hawks-esque western, which he claims to not like John Ford. But
he hates John Ford. Likes Howard Hawks a lot, I know, but because he finds John Ford to be problematic. So
okay,
you know somebody's really problematic if Quentin Tarantino finds you to be too much. You know,
I'm not the biggest John Ford fan either, but I mean he makes good movies. But
I mean, My Darling Clementine, you like that a lot, I know.
Yeah.
And
the Searchers. That's a whole thing.
We need to
talk about
first of all, I've seen probably more John Ford than you, but
Yeah.
I still need a lot.
Yeah.
I still have a lot I need to see even as well. We need to dive into him at some point because he's a pretty fascinating guy. Man Who Shot Liberty Valance is a pretty unimpeachably great movie.
That.
A lot of zooms in this movie too, I remember. And Don Johnson as Big Daddy. So that's what, again, it's like, and the friendly participation of Franco Nero. Again, with the Candyland and Big Daddy, it's like, again, look how funny and humorous all this is, you know. Yeah, Fred Raskin, the new film editor after Sally Menken.
I've talked about Morricone, right?
Yeah, and what's weird is there's been he recently passed. There's been a lot of weird back and forth about him and Tarantino on this movie and some other movies as well, because that he didn't like this movie, I don't think, and he might not even like the Hateful Eight. I can't quite remember. He contributed music to that as well, both new and old music. And Tarantino likes reusing film scores. Now, you don't see that a lot. You see, obviously, people taking songs and maybe reusing them from a famous movie, but you don't see as much people using film scores from other movies. That's one of the weird things about watching White Lightning for the first time last several years was hearing music. I was like, wait a minute, that music's in Inglourious Bastards, and then realizing that he had taken from that. And again, we mentioned Life of Judge Roy Bean music in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
All right, so
here we go. 1858, 2 years before the Civil War. It says. You give me your reason you thought that he said this.
Well, we all know we that live in the real world that rock in the free world, as Neil Young told us, know that the Civil War began in April of 1861.
So obviously in Fort Sumter attack.
Yes. My theory about why he would change such a thing is that the events of this movie only further precipitated the South's secession from the Union because of how blatant the
obviously the Nat
black on
Turner
white
Rebellion was like the
violence is.
1830s, I believe,
Right.
and this would have been on par, if not with that. Yeah.
Right. So that's my only theory about why he would do something stupid like that. But anyway,
and I think that makes a lot of sense. I always assumed it was like, well, everybody says Lincoln's election precipitated the Civil War, so that's really when it started. But I think what you said makes a lot of sense.
So he's going by time of secession more than actual battle, I guess.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Regardless.
He didn't need to do that though, and he
Yeah.
chose to do it,
Yeah.
which I don't. That's why we're talking about it.
Yeah, and I don't think it's nearly even as big a deal sometimes. But I remember when I first saw this, I was like, it said 1850. And I was like, no.
You're starting with the blatant inaccuracy, yeah. So.
It is
South Carolina.
It is kind of a comical visual of seeing this little buggy go and this little tooth bouncing around.
You said just a moment ago that James Remar plays, I guess, 2 roles in this movie, supposedly?
Yeah, he plays this guy that's going to, spoiler alert, get killed here, and then somebody who works for Candy in his house. And again, I'm not sure if it's a brother or if it's totally unconnected character, but
yeah, I don't know.
But again, it feels like something you'd see in an old spaghetti western in some ways too. Just an actor popping up and with another hat on and another costume. And there's somebody else.
Do you have anything to say about his stupid tooth thing on?
Well, like I just said, it's kind of a funny image,
right?
Just bouncing around.
Yeah.
But
it's just so goofy.
Yeah,
it's like the Mexican birthmark.
Yeah, and the Grand Budapest Hotel.
Which
I think we've mentioned
about.
before. Yeah. I think it is, again, as I said, I think Foxx actually does give a good performance in this. Especially you see him just looking ahead like, I'm a piece of property and a chattel, and I'm just somebody that white people survey and inspect and move on from.
Yeah.
That's it. He knows these Brittle brothers. Big John Brittle.
Ellis Brittle.
Now, one of the great made-up
Roger
Western
Brittle.
names ever is in Hateful Eight. Michael Madsen's real character named Grouch Douglas.
Yeah. He actually is. Fancy pants.
They even had to kill the horse. See, Remar's head just went up like a...
Yeah, and then now it looks
exploded.
relatively condensed and contained. Like, yeah. Oh, well. Uh-huh. Screaming continues, it's saying, by the way, because you didn't know.
R.I.P. Roscoe.
I only shot your brother once he threatened to shoot me. I do believe there are 5 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Their legs busted.
It goes without saying that obviously in the real world, a slave witnessing a crime literally had no say in court whatsoever in terms of if they testified against a white person. Which I don't even think he's trying to contradict necessarily.
That's,
I'm
of
just
course,
saying.
the most Tarantino thing ever, where he's like, if you'll give me just a moment, I need to go continue to talk, and like that guy's like, yeah.
Again,
Let's
that's
slow
the thing
it
with Waltz,
down.
he'll kill you with words.
Let's
so.
slow it way down.
Wasn't he in one of them newer Muppet movies, I think?
I have
Christoph
no
Waltz?
clue.
Like, Muppets Most
Pro-
Wanted,
sure.
maybe?
Why not?
Which also had Ray Liotta, maybe?
Django, get up on that horse. Also, if I were you, I'd take that winter coat the dear departed speck left behind.
Yeah, Ray Liotta in Muppets Most Wanted, by the way, portrayed Big Papa, a Gulag 38B inmate who was a fan of Boys II Men.
Okay.
Zach Galifianakis' Hobo Joe. Saoirse Ronan as herself.
I really love the way this scene's lit.
Yeah,
you
know, want to get some more Robert Richardson love.
It's very unrealistic, but you know, as far as the way it would just be dark, but
yeah.
I'm afraid I will require a bill of sale. Go to hell, dentist. I thought not. No worries. I come prepared.
I feel like in some ways Tarantino is trying to comment on the inherent absurdities of slavery here, in terms of like, oh, let's get a receipt for this purchase, and like, you know, and he's gonna let them like enact the last revenge on this other guy here.
Once I'm gone, you could lift that beast off the remaining speck, then carry him to the nearest town, which would be at least 37 miles back away. Or 2. You could unshackle yourselves, take that rifle, put a bullet in his head, bury the two of them deep, and then make your way to a more enlightened area of this country. Choice is yours. Oh, and on the off chance there are any gastronomy aficionados amongst you, the north side is that way. Ta-da!
Yeah, what I think's interesting actually about the way that scene's lit is it looks like it's like some European fairy tale, like the Big Bad Wolf or something, and that's literally obviously trafficking in the idea of like a German like looking guy, you know. So
So he
is
didn't
he
make
alive?
it. I don't think so.
Yeah. Somebody reviewed this, talked about the idea of Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah, Deus Ex Machina.
Or how, which is not a concept I totally understand, to be honest with you, but basically that idea that some godlike being enters into the plot and moves it around and changes it. Is that basic what that means?
Yeah, like literally, like from out of nowhere, seemingly a solution presents itself,
right? And that's
solves
what this
narrative
entire
problems that
character is this Walt's character. So.
Yeah. Now, I guess presumably he knew that this guy, this slave Django, would know who these brothers are, and so he's seeking him out. But
that just doesn't make.
But it
sense.
literally starts the whole movie off with just this out of nowhere chance encounter.
Oh, there's Russ Tamlin.
Oh yeah, that is him. Yeah, I've never. It's probably the first time I've watched this since I've seen all of Twin Peaks and West Side Story and other things he's in. Now, Oh my gosh, a black person on a horse. Will we get over it? No good goats bleeding, by the way.
Yeah, I was actually having this conversation recently with, I think you and my friends I watched that Death Proof with, that I actually think that he is better at using older score and film music in new ways than he is necessarily using like pop songs in movies, which he does well enough at that too, but I actually think he's more ingenious in doing that, of using film scores and stuff like that. But because it's easier to disassociate that from, and also it recalls kind of points he's making about things that he could be doing, like in the case of the Judge Roy Bean music, and like, you know.
These insert shots.
Yeah. I mean, that's very much like the wait for the creme and the cream on the
Gorgeous Bastards.
Yeah. Is he gonna do it again? No. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay.
You can tell it seems like he's the very sensual nature of film in terms of like the senses are being engaged. You know.
Well, and Richardson, the way he shoots and lights this stuff, it lends itself to that.
Part of this first half of this movie too is all about like Waltz's character giving him essentially this formal education in how to be a quote gentleman, you know.
Yeah.
Who's gonna murder a lot of people, you know.
We should note also that Waltz is Austrian, not German. But not that is a big deal. I'm just saying, you know, that's an important thing to know.
It's true.
It's funny also, Michael Haneke's movie Amour came out in 2012, and it got nominated for a lot of stuff, and he was Austrian, so essentially that was a lot of Austrians that year for being nominated for things. I haven't seen that. I've seen some of his other movies, but
we'll actually have plans to do a Haneke movie in the next several months.
Yeah.
So for the time being, I'm gonna make this flavor and malarkey work to my benefit. Still, having said that, I feel guilty. So, I would like the two of us to enter into an agreement.
And again, this is where I'm at a crossroads about understanding this relationship, is that on the one hand, of course, again, Django is a mostly nonverbal character. He's obviously being a slave who's only worked in fields his whole life. Gatlinburg. We've been to Gatlinburg.
Yeah. That's another Tennessee reference.
Yeah, he's from Tennessee famously, but lived most of his life in L.A. That, again, he's, an inarticulate, slave, literally. And so I think that, Foxx has a certain gravitas and presence he lends to that, but at the same time, this is such a one-sided relationship in terms of who's doing all the talking, and I think the movie's trying to posit Waltz as being like, reverse the trend as, he's the white sidekick, but he's obviously doing so much of the direction leading Django's the sidekick in his own movie. It almost plays
Right.
like, you know.
Yeah. That stock scream.
Yeah.
I guess those bullets weren't big enough to make as big of a splash.
Yeah, they're a smaller gun, I guess. Just rolling up and running right.
Oh, they just set up camp in this town and like, go ahead, bring everybody, come
Yeah.
on. It was just like, yeah, we'll take them all out. Like,
looks like we got ourselves a German.
that's that guy we were talking about earlier that's
Yeah.
supposedly in a lot of these movies, I think. But
100 rifles.
Yeah.
Reference. Maybe. Wow.
Yeah,
It's
so
like all this
annoying.
extra language.
Yeah.
Just, it just dawned on me. Is this the longest movie we've done so far on here?
No, Casino's
Oh,
longer.
Casino's longer. Yeah. Okay. Duh.
Because this is like 2 hours and 40 minutes, I
Right.
think.
Yeah.
And Tarantino's made longer movies than this, too, but, you know.
Hateful Eight, is that officially the longest?
It's that or Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I think. I think Once Upon a Time in Hollywood's closer to this, and I think The Hateful Eight's the longest, I'm pretty sure, but...
Yeah, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood's an hour 60 or 161 minutes.
Oh, so it's... Yeah, so it's just a minute longer than this, I think, or right on, or right at it.
The Hateful Eight Roadshow version's 187 minutes. General release 168 minutes.
So, yeah, oh no, actually this is longer than Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Never mind, because this is 165 minutes.
Mhm.
They're all like kind of around there.
That's what's always kind of funny to me about Western narratives, and this is rooted in truth, obviously, is just that, oh, so-and-so just kind of fled to this totally other town and got away,
Yeah.
and now he's doing something totally different, you know.
Right.
I know this because 3 years ago he was rustling cattle from the BC Corrigan Cattle Company of Lubbock, Texas. Now, this is a warrant made out by Circuit Court Judge Henry Allen Laudermilk of Austin, Texas.
Probably some reference to somebody he knows in Austin or
Yeah.
something. Though.
Yeah, he has a sense of himself of names he comes up with. Like it's not like Pinchon names necessarily, but it's like, yeah, it's a Tarantino name. Like,
Or there are references to
the
things
Brittle
and-
brothers and yeah. Medium tempo song plays.
Honestly, surprised they just didn't shoot him and kill him and like, yeah, we'll come up with some excuse, whatever.
They could come up with whatever
Yeah.
excuse they wanted, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of unrealistic, but whatever. Don't worry, there's enough other things to complain about here. So.
Yeah, we don't want to outpace ourselves.
Yeah.
Plenty of complaints to come. Something about this song reminds me of a movie I haven't brought up yet, Black Dynamite. It's like, somebody broke into Jimmy's pad, just like saying the theme.
And
now
my
that
little brother has passed away.
I'm 16-year-old Black Dynamite.
Yeah.
And you are my kid brother. Like,
My main man, Black Dynamite. One of the great moments in that movie, which is a movie I'm sure we'll do at some point because you're especially a big fan of it. Is that moment where it's like they say something like anybody that sells drugs in the community is gonna have hell to pay or whatever. And that guy's like, but Black Dynamite, I sell drugs in the community. Like, it's just blatantly right out.
That guy was on Reno 911.
Yeah, Bruce Dern.
Yeah.
By the way,
Bruce Dern was not on Reno 911. By the way, just want to clarify that to the listener. Huge Bruce Dern fan.
Yeah.
Anything to say about Bruce Dern here?
No, just that he's great. Just like overexposed light and this.
Yeah.
This one, you will sell him cheap. In Greenville, there should be some sort of a record office. You know when she was sold?
I know we were talking about South Carolina earlier. Was this Greenville, Mississippi, though, maybe?
It could be. I don't know. That would make more sense of the way they're going. Where is it set? Where is Candyland at? Anyway, like what state?
So they're going to go to Tennessee, I know, for Big Daddy.
Okay.
In
the Mississippi. Okay. So, yeah, that would probably be what that would be.
Your slave wife speaks German and her name is Agneta von Schaft.
There's a Greenville, Tennessee also, and a Mississippi, and a Texas. So
we don't know. It might have been Texas even.
Yeah, it could have been, actually. Because these are early opening moments over there. Chattanooga haberdasheries. Chattanooga beer. Once upon a time in Hollywood. Then, of course, oh gosh, what's Brad Pitt's character's name in Inglourious Basterds again?
Aldo
Rain.
Aldo Rain.
He's from Tennessee.
Which is, now I'm just realizing, has got to be a reference to Aldo Ray, the actor.
Yeah.
Who is in that movie Nightfall. I believe that's that guy's name, which was apparently an inspiration, hit that actor in general, but also, very much inspired Bruce Willis's character in Pulp Fiction.
He's been cited by contemporary filmmakers like Quentin Tarantino as an inspiration for their characters.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I just now put that two and two together on that, actually, but that movie Nightfall, it's a Jacques Tourneur film. It was okay. It also had Anne Bancroft is in that, I think, too.
So obviously this feels like a joke, and he's gonna let him pick out his own clothes, and he's gonna like got the drip and the swag now.
Yeah. Yeah, I just rolled my eyes. You couldn't hear it.
Then we got here's Don Johnson's Big Daddy with Colonel Sanders vibe. Should he have been one of the colonels? You think, Don Johnson? Any Don Johnson takes to unveil?
I was about to ask you that because I know you like him.
Yeah,
and I like him too. But let me
I've not
say,
seen Miami Vice.
He continues to play characters and be in movies that promote a worldview I don't agree with or appreciate. So, but I do like him as a presence. But I wonder about.
Well, it should be said though, his character in Knives Out was, I think he's good in that. But trying to make a point of this racist, decaying family and his place in that. Then obviously he was in Watchmen, the most recent TV sequel kind of to that.
I think of him in stuff like the S. Craig Zoller films.
Yeah.
Those are modern day exploitation movies.
Yeah.
What if I was to say I don't like you, or you fancy pants nigga, and I wouldn't sell you a tinker's damn? Now what you got to say about that? Mr. Bent, if you are the businessman I've been
A lot of facial hair in this movie, by the way. You know.
5,000 things I might say that could change your mind.
Don Johnson's especially.
Come on inside and get yourself something cool.
Money talks.
That tooth. It's so dumb. Like, quit. Like.
Could you take Django there and take him around the grounds here and show him all the pretty stuff? As you please, Big Daddy. Mr. Bennett, I must remind you, Django is a free man. He cannot be treated like a slave. Now, within the bounds of good taste, he must be treated as an extension of myself. Understood, Schultz. Potato sugar? Yes, sir. Django isn't a slave. Django is a free man, you understand? You can't treat him like any of the other niggas around here, because he ain't like any of the other niggas around here. You got it? You want I should treat him like white folks? No. That's not what I said. Then I don't know what you want, Big Daddy.
It's like, this is all real complicated. Maybe it's because it doesn't make any sense, you know? Like,
What's the name of that Peckerwood boy from town that works with the glass? His mom will work over at the lumber yard. Oh, you mean Jerry? That's the boy named Jerry. You know Jerry, don't you, sugar? Yes, Big Daddy. Well, that's it then. You just treat him like you would Jerry.
Medium tempo tune.
we're not going to go all the way on this. Like,
this would be a good random chance to talk about, especially here in the South, in white weddings.
White weddings.
It was like the obsession with cotton that you see.
Well, and
with
also,
that, like,
I think it's pretty distasteful as an extension of that these plantations are places you can go visit and have parties and weddings at. Yeah.
It should be said, enemy of the pod, Ryan Reynolds, was married at one such plantation.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what that says.
He's since apparently apologized for that.
Yeah, really.
I guess it just didn't occur to him.
Really, genuinely,
yeah, I'm sure it didn't
yeah.
occur to him while he was doing it.
No, because, I mean, I'm fine with people going to those as like a historic interest.
I mean, in many ways, Monticello's
right. I mean, yeah. I mean, clearly. And I've been to, oh gosh,
Hermitage.
I forgot the name of it. Well, yeah, but the Bellamy Mansion in Wilmington.
Yeah.
I've been there a couple times, and it's all interesting and everything, but that place has weddings too and does that stuff. And they do that to make money. That's the main reason they do that stuff, is because most people don't want to go there just for interested in history, because we have a pretty illiterate and ignorant populace of Americans. But, you know, so yeah, regardless of that, also, yes, the whole cotton, you know, this is all filmed very exploitation-y here. Some of the shots of that look like from the 70s movies. Randomly something that comes to mind is that Dracula versus Frankenstein movie from the early 70s. Some of that looks like this, which is a really terrible movie, by the way.
Some of it even almost calls to mind Last House on the Left.
Yeah. Well, and some of it also looks like Robert Richardson's work in parts of Natural Born Killers. But anyway, yeah, the whole cotton aesthetic is something that there's even people that we know that have done certain things, and they won't be named, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, shame on y'all. So that just doesn't make any sense to me. I just don't get it. But also, that's a problem that goes deep into the very bones of a lot of problems with the South and traditions that have continued that nobody has asked questions about. That it's frankly going to take longer to root those things out than it does everywhere else, because a lot of people down here don't care about that type of stuff, and they should, but they don't, and that's a reality.
Now, that doesn't say American racism only exists in the South, but
it's a lot deeper and more entrenched, and it's something that it's going to take longer to get that out than it is everywhere else, because people down here just don't care. About what people up north or out west do, or people in the big cities down here do. They really don't.
Yeah.
And believe me, I know. I live around them every day, so So yeah, that's all. Like in general, I'm glad you brought that up. That that whole aesthetic is something that people are, what's the big deal about that? And it's just like they just don't get it, because it's just such a normal thing in a lot of places down here.
Now, obviously, he's trying to make a point with this character in terms of the justifications often used by the Bible, from the Bible by Southerners to justify.
He's wearing the Bible on him, it looks like? Okay.
Pages from it to justify slavery. And again, that's the interesting role that religion played in the American South, both as a means of justifying enslavement of people. They're the descendants of Ham and all this stuff.
Right.
But also for the black community, as a terms of, acceptance of a sort and justifying their lot in life as drawing on the Bible. So it's used both as a means of emancipation and as a means of justification of slavery, which is, also very complicated, all that. But, well, it's complicated in the sense of it being used, not complicated in what the Bible says about it.
No, because that's what I was going to say, is that also that's an idea that the Marx and Engels and the Communist Manifesto. Wow, I'm going there. That's a lot of communists believe in this idea that that the Bible speaks of this idea of suffering as a temporary reality until you go to heaven.
The suffering can be a virtuous
and
thing.
that obviously the Bible is not talking about that, you need to suffer as a slave and that's okay, or in the sense that the communists said that capitalism can do whatever it wants to anybody, and if you just suffer, and then eventually you'll, and I get that, that the communists would be mad about that, or but it's like, but that doesn't mean that the religion there's anything wrong with.
Now I remember this scene here where he murdered that one guy, and then he whipped him, and he's gonna shoot him here, getting big applause in the applaudience. Did I just make that word up?
That's interesting.
Applause in the theater at Wilmington. I remember when I saw it the second time.
I'm sure that's Ellsworth.
And obviously a point's being made there. The blood's soaked against the cotton. And by irony, the blood of white people soaked amongst the cotton instead of the blood of black people. That's what I'm saying. After a certain point of this guy intentionally walking around with a slave, getting in these situations where he's killing people, that's only going to get by so long. Oh, I've got this paper.
It doesn't with Candy eventually. So
I've got this paper that justifies it. This is not the way the South consistently operate. Operated then or now, frankly. Not to say it's justified, it does, but.
by the name of Schaefer, but the butcher's real name was Brittle. These are wanted men. The law wants him for murder. Now, I reiterate.
By the way, this whole movie's really hot.
Oh yeah, we haven't had a temperature update yet. Yeah. Well, it's not only the South. It's like later on when it's going to be in Mississippi and Texas and
they have no air conditioning.
But I must warn you, the penalty for taking deadly force against an officer of the court in the performance of his duty is you'll be hung by the neck until you're dead. May I please remove the warrant from my pocket so you may examine it?
Give me shelter.
It's just a shadow. See, if they would have heard that Rolling Stones, that might have changed everything.
Yeah, I doubt it, but there's people that still act like this. So,
sure.
I'll be honest, not a whole lot's changed.
Not as much should have, anyways.
Load up the bodies as quickly as you can. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
What was interesting about that shot is if you notice that some of those, it looked like even the slaves had guns.
Oh, really? I didn't notice.
And they were standing there.
You put dynamite in there?
More of them there than there were whites, and so it was kind of hitting in the fact that how easily a slave revolt could have happened had they had the wherewithal.
I have something I want to remark upon. Oh, there's that guy that was in Better Call Saul and Jonah Hill, of course. Something that really gets on. This is not just this movie. The Ku Klux Klan wasn't really founded as a real thing until after the Civil War. I'm right on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, obviously, there were night riders and militias,
slave catchers,
But like this, and also, I'm pretty sure, I'm not certain, but I'm pretty sure Roots had those sections of it where Lloyd Bridges created the Ku Klux Klan in that, which I'm pretty sure was before the Civil War in the story. I'm not certain on that. If I'm wrong about that, I'm sorry, but
this certainly is before the Civil War.
Yeah, it's 2 years before. Let's not forget. But that's just something that kind of
fuzzy math, but
gets on my nerves a little bit. Is like that. No, the Klan wasn't around until after the war, and we just continue to do that.
But again,
whole
it's
thing.
just this is an argument against some of the historical revisionism we were talking about earlier. That American history is just a playground. We can just kind of pick and choose what we want to talk about
because
or comment
the
on.
only reason that he's using this is so that they can have this joke.
Yeah.
And it's like, is that worth the changing of that? Really? I don't really think so, but
appreciate what Jenny did. Well, if all I had to do was cut a hole in a bag, I could have cut it better than this. What about you, Robert? You see? Not too good.
That's Tarantino, too.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty good, more or less. But when I start riding, the bag's moving all over, and I'm not blind. I just made mine worse. Anybody bring any extra bags? No, nobody brought an extra bag. I'm just asking. We have to wear them when we ride.
Noted Southerner Jonah Hill, by the way.
Where's he from?
He's from like L.A.
Yeah.
Yeah, L.A. I sometimes forget Dakota Johnson's his daughter.
Yeah.
They seem like very different people to me. But, I mean, as Hunter Harris often says, no tongue that rises against Dakota Johnson, every tongue that rises against Dakota Johnson shall fall.
Yeah.
Which is what happened with Ellen. So
yeah. But you know what I mean with this whole KKK thing? It's like, I know that's not what they're saying.
I remember this got some of the biggest laughs in the theater.
Yeah.
Which do you think of this scene as funny?
No. No, I don't think it's like.
I think in theory it is.
I don't think it's like awful either. I just don't really think it's that funny. But I know what it's trying to do, and I appreciate that it's making fun of the imagery of the Ku Klux Klan. Which sure, I like them less because of what they did rather than the way they look. But that's just me, you know. And I'm not saying he doesn't care about that. But you know.
At least we got rid of the bouncing tooth. You know?
Yeah, we're done with that.
Got our Wilhelm scream in. Probably hear it again. I don't remember.
Say goodbye to Big Daddy. Say goodnight, Kevin.
How hard it was to shoot with guns like that. I'm not even saying that as a criticism, just like rifles back then were so tough to shoot with. R.I.P. to Big Daddy.
But yeah, with the whole KKK thing, I'm not just saying that just to complain, because I can complain about everything else in this movie too. But what the KKK represents, though, is the South's ability, or the South's desire to maintain the old ways of doing things, and that is not a reality that exists before the Civil War. That
white supremacy was just so already out.
It's just
outward,
like that's a post-Civil War issue and idea, is the attempt to try to maintain that, and that isn't being reflected.
Yeah,
in this
no, that's
movie.
fair.
So,
That's all very fair, I think.
You know.
Oh, this.
Sorry, I know we're kind of the worst people to hear. No, I mean we're the best, but it's like because it's like we're history people too, so we're like, and like I'm saying, but like it can do what it wants to do if it has an understanding of history that makes sense. But if it's just doing it just to do it and there's no point, it's like, okay, well then no, like, you know.
Now,
anyway.
This was an example. I remember going in this movie of like this was his first and still only pre-cinema movie in terms of before the existence of cinema when the narrative events are. And they won't like talk about movies or pop culture at large because that just pop culture existed but movies didn't. But of course we got to hear the legend of Broomhilda. Yeah. And I was instantly like, so we're still clinging to talking about other stories or other movies or other things.
Which is interesting,
Excuse me.
Also, it's important to note, I meant to say this earlier, this is Tarantino. I mean, of course, every movie has been a Western in some way. This is his first full-on Western, though, other than, like, what if you would call Kill Bill Volume 2 a Western, whatever. But that's not really, what I mean? It is a Western, what it is. That also means that, okay, he's going to have to work to get a good Western out of himself. In a way, it's like, you do the first one, of course it's going to be complicated and too much and too big and too self-indulgent, So that's another problem with the movie inherently.
And he said some weird nonsense before about, I mentioned other Western ideas he's got, and something along the lines of like, you gotta, to be a Western director, you have to have directed at least 3. I'm like, who wrote that down in the movie book of rules?
And at this point, he's only really done 2. Although Once Upon a Time in Hollywood traffics heavily in that.
Sure.
Kill Bill Volume 2 might be, but it's like, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure he counts Inglourious Bastards as a Western too. So,
I know in a sense,
and in a way it is, but not. So whatever. He's ridiculous. I mean, love you, babe, but no. In a way, love you in certain ways, not because of this movie.
Conditionally, yeah.
Yeah, not unconditional love wrapped in a big bow, as Christopher Walken would have said in Batman Returns.
No, Christopher,
Yeah, that's interesting.
Christopher Walken in Pulp Fiction, though.
I didn't think about that, though, that it's like still this element of pop culture is in this movie. Yeah, that's interesting.
Of referring to another story or
Right.
another thing.
Whether it's Madonna talking about big
you know what
things or this, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not occasionally you red tie overzealous, but normally that's a good thing. How'd you like to partner up for the winter? What you mean partner?
I mean, you know, like the terrorists were overzealous, but it was sweet when they killed Ellis. You know, I mean, there you go. You know, like
I forgot all about that song. Yeah.
That's one of the worst random things ever made. Is that Die Hard song? I remember when that first was a thing in the mid 2000s, and it was just like, and you just think, oh, this is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Didn't get any help from Alan. John McClane kicked ass. Is this just going to become us singing that song now? Yeah. Wow.
It is interesting that Tarantino hasn't worked with Bruce Willis again after Pulp Fiction.
Maybe he realized what a
yeah,
good actor
let me just
he's
say I'm
not.
not complaining, but
yeah, like I said, maybe he realized what a good actor he's not. I don't know.
Yeah, we just put it out here now. I'm not that big of a fan of Bruce Willis.
Not really either.
I mean, I complain here and there about this actor's paycheck. He is all-time paycheck. I mean, and them stupid battery ads, like.
I need one of those. Like, why? Like, because it says Die Hard on it.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's like crawling through the what do you call those? The air ducts,
yeah.
and it's like with it, and it's like, what are you going to do? Like,
yeah.
Who is it did this song? Is it John Denver?
Offhand, that's who I think. Let's see. While I'm on Jonah Hill's Wikipedia page, to Django.
Now it's cold in the movie, but
right.
not
so
for long.
Brief
chili.
Yeah.
I mean, little Chilly Willy won't go home. Oh, it might be Jim Croce.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense.
It's shown here, looking at the track list, and this would be a time to talk about this, that a lot of Tarantino soundtracks have the bits of dialogue in the soundtrack.
Yeah.
What do you personally think of that?
I don't
as a
think
practice?
I don't think that's a thing that is remarkable either way. I think
a lot of people hate it.
I know. I don't have any problem with it,
I
but I
actually
also
don't think it's. I mean, it's egotistical, I guess.
Yeah, but I also don't think it's that big of a deal either. Now, of course, he's obsessed with that because that's something that people used to do in the 70s. By the way, this kind of looks like Missouri Breaks, the way that farm on that looked. I just realized. But,
good movie.
Yeah, better than this. Man, what a weird Marlon Brando performance in that movie.
Yeah,
that's strange.
What's his name? Like Thomas Jefferson or something in that weird. Like I think he got some real weird name.
Or George Washington something. I don't know. Yeah, look that up.
No, it's Robert E. Lee Clayton.
That's
it. Yeah. Randy Quaid is Little Todd. Now we need Randy Quaid in the QT oeuvre at this point, you know. Smitty Bacall.
Obviously, this whole section is very much like Good, the Bad, and the Ugly inspired as far as going around doing all this. So.
That'd be a good band name. Smitty Bacall and the Smitty Bacall Gang. It's obviously, kind of being communicated here that he's learned to read, and he's still struggling, but he can read.
Yeah.
So, and obviously, reading for slaves or former slaves was considered among the most dangerous things by white society, and a big deal, obviously, for your freedom that you could learn that, and how much of the world is opened up to you through reading. Frederick Douglass wrote a lot about that in his autobiography. I know also, this is a random time to bring this up, but I remembered that of all historical figures, I know Tarantino's been asked who he'd want to do a movie on, and John Brown was the name.
Absolutely, daggum not. Which also, we've seen recently that The Good Lord Bird, based on that novel, was made kind of...
Ethan Hawke,
Ethan Hawke, right, kind of put all that together. Boy giggles.
This has always been a very stark moment I've always remembered of the death of this man, and his son sees it from this distance, and you hear it. It's always been an affecting moment I remember. But we're moving on already. Yeah. Okay, whatever. A lot of good luck you're going to have.
But yeah, I mean, so no, do not do John Brown, you fool.
I think he's thrown out so many possible film ideas, and the time's passed for a lot of them anyways. So, because remember, for the longest time in the 90s, there's the whole Vega Brothers, with Michael Madsen and Travolta. It would have been a prequel.
So there ain't no way that
80s,
can be done now, unless it's in hell.
Yeah,
maybe that could be the Two from Hell, like
kind of a Two for Tuesday situation. Yeah. That corncob pipe reminds me of Landa's pipe in Inglourious Bastards, which Tarantino's been seen on set since smoking from in other movies. I know once upon a time in Hollywood he was on the set. You could see him at one point smoking from it.
The way the blood flies in this movie kind of reminds me of parts of Planet Terror.
Mm-hmm.
Which obviously he didn't direct, but, you know.
I wonder what the body count in this movie is. It's going to get increased, dramatically larger later, but...
yeah.
I don't know where this is technically at.
Django, how the hell are you? Who the hell are you got there? The Wilson Lau gang. Who the hell is the Wilson Lau gang? Bad Chuck Wilson and meaner Bobby Lau and 3 of their acolytes. Huh. Well, just leave them out here. They ain't going nowhere. Let's come in then out of the snowy snow and get yourself some coffee. You had a birthday yesterday. Got some cake.
And after a very cold and profitable winter, Django and Dr. Schultz came down from the mountains and headed for... Now, I know this Mississippi here is obviously, seems to me, a big reference to Gone with the Wind, where the Gone with the Wind title screen is, goes across.
Uh-huh.
Which he's obviously said bad things about before and is not that great of a movie and this and that, but which isn't, that movie at this point is an easy punching bag for a lot of people to not like.
Yeah, his movie gets the free pass.
Yeah.
So. Mm-hmm.
Which we can briefly touch on Gone with the Wind here. I think that movie gets a pseudo pass, not for certain characters or moments, but more in the sense of the movie is very explicitly from the perspective of a privileged white woman who it's actually a feminist story in terms of its larger themes, And so it being from her purview and perspective, I think that gives it a little bit of an out for certain criticisms that one could level at it. Not all criticisms, but certain ones.
By the way, I think it's funny. It's like, oh, he owns the fourth biggest plantation. It's not even the largest. It's like, oh, it's the fourth one. There's that many there, you know.
Yeah.
So, say a man.
Yeah, let's hear some extended metaphor.
Uh-huh.
Well, you said this already. I will say this movie does look good. Obviously, it's Robert Richardson, so. But the way the light's coming through this window here as they're sitting here.
I mean, he's my guy.
Yeah.
Like...
So this is where we come up with some really ridiculous, protracted excuse for why this movie has to be as long as it is. It's a comedy of manners in a way, you know.
I guess.
It's comedy about something that isn't remotely funny, you know. But.
Yeah.
My character, yeah. Maybe that's the history of, Schultz. Is back in Germany, he was a frustrated actor, who wasn't getting any jobs, and so he's like, I got to go into something practical, dentistry, and then, kill people along the way. And, bounty hunter, that's all right, Looks like he's got a script in front of him. He's like, thought they were talking about a part.
Yeah.
Like,
if it was Marlon Brando, it definitely would have been.
Yeah. What is going on in there? I think it's something about peanut butter.
By the way, this is a random thing to talk about right now, but that just reminded me. There's the song Goober Peas that's like a traditional Southern... Yeah. Okay, so... There and this teacher will remain nameless. I quite like them a lot. It's nothing against them, but I just won't say who it is. Somebody I had in school, in high school, they were getting us to read. It was around we were talking about the Civil War, and they were getting us to read like a Union traditional song and a Southern traditional song. You know what the Union song was? Battle Hymn of the Republic. One of our great American songs. Great hymn. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And Goober Peas was the comparison that they picked. And I'm not even saying that as an insult to them. I just think it's funny. It's like, I guess that says something about
like could have been
South.
Leonard Skinner
right.
or something.
No, but yeah. But you know what I mean? Like, just like, wow. It's like, let's talk about this. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Of course, let me just say, obviously you say Leonard Skinner was not around in the Civil War era, but
yeah.
Obviously, a weird trait of Candy here is that he's obviously a Francophile. loves French culture, which Thomas Jefferson himself was some years before this. But and this is less of a thing now, but especially the aristocratic class in America still saw Europe as the height of culture, either England or France especially. But there's Remar again.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Schultz, whatever. Keep fighting, niggas. And I might add, an honor. Honor to meet you. Please have a seat. The pleasure's all mine. Get free man Django here.
And that's, of course, Dennis Christopher there.
Yeah. I'll never forget one of the first times, it was in 2008 when we were going to Philadelphia on a mission trip. Found out that when you say sweet tea, that in Pennsylvania, it's not the same as sweet tea here in say North Carolina. In terms of, it's just iced tea up there. It's different. So it ain't that Bojangles stuff. There's Franco Nero, of course.
Is Amerigo Vespucci or Vespes? I don't know.
Vespesi,
something
I think,
stupid. Yeah, as you can see, Tarantino's clearly loving filming this.
Luigi.
Wow.
It's like Mortal Kombat finish.
I guess.
That's why they call him Big Fred. Doing everything. Well, arrivederci, Luigi. Come on up now, boy. Get yourself a rest. You did a fine job, a real fine job. Say it.
The one thing I thought was interesting about this scene was the way that the black characters in the room watched each other not watch or watch it.
Yeah.
But, you know.
The Django's me.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God. It's like what we've all been waiting for. Like, well, somebody was, I get, not me, but, you know. Yeah, he knows that, you know.
It should be said, you know, obviously that Django Fett from Star Wars Episode 2's reference as well, even to this.
Like, you know, that said
Django.
speaking foreign language. Couldn't it have just said speaking Italian? Why was that so hard to, I don't know. That's a complaint for the Blu-ray Weinstein Company people. They've had a lot of other complaints over the past few years. I'm sure they'll get by on that one, but...
His name is Django Freeman. How'd you dig him up? Well, fortuitous turn of events brought Django and myself together. telling everybody their mandingos ain't no damn good. Ain't nothing nobody is selling is worth buying. I'm curious. What makes you such a mandingo expert? I'm curious what makes you so curious. What did you say, woman? Calm down, bro. No offense, kid. Monsieur Condit, I'd appreciate if you could direct your line of inquiry toward me. One. You do not have anything to drink. Can I get you a tasty refreshment? Yes. I'll have a beer. Wonderbar.
One bugger.
Welcome to the Wambaga. Home of the Wambaga. You want to take your order?
You are neophyte. I'm simply trying to ascertain if this cowboy is taking advantage of you. With all due respect, Monsieur Condit.
Screw you. No. Yeah.
I sought you out to purchase a fighting nigger above top dollar market price. I was under the impression you granted the audience it would be to discuss business. But we weren't talking business here. We were discussing my curiosity. Roscoe, Coco, go outside and play.
And play. What does that mean? I don't know.
Okay.
If I do business with you, I'm doing business with both y'all. He does the eyeball and you the billfold. Is that it? Just to make it sound flattering, but more or less, yeah. So, right boy. Mogi tells me you looked over my African flesh. You was none too impressed, huh? And then we got nothing more to talk about. You see, you want to buy a beat-ass nigga from me. Those all the beat-ass niggas I want to sell. He don't want to buy the niggas you want to sell. He wants the nigga you don't want to sell. I don't sell the niggas I don't want to sell. Well, you won't sell your best. You won't even sell your second best. I could third best. And you don't want to sell it either. But if I made an offer so ridiculous, you'd be forced to consider. Who knows what could happen? And what do you consider ridiculous? For a truly talented specimen, right? Nigga? How much would you say, Django? Well, whatever. I was kind of taking a break. $12,000.
Okay.
But yeah, this is one of the most mean moments from this movie is that
Yeah.
line, obviously. And that was in some of the trailers and TV spots, too.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good Dr. Schultz. Beautiful morning, isn't it?
I keep Dr. Schultz is so close to Dr. Scholes.
Yeah.
I keep thinking that's
Yeah.
what they're saying.
Well, I part company from many of my phrenologist colleagues because I believe there's a level above.
I know phrenology's kind of a proto version of eugenics, which is,
Yeah.
of course, pseudoscience, racist justification for, blacks in society are here and their brain's so much smaller.
Which
and
was
they're
partially,
more like
I
apes.
guess, inspired, especially even by Darwinism as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Which, to my knowledge, that's not something that Darwin promoted, but it just kind of came out of that.
No.
Also, but
yeah. And that wasn't just purely for Africans as well. For those of African descent, it was also for immigrants coming to
Mhm.
America at the turn
Mhm.
of the century as well. And Asian immigrants.
Well, that's something I was going to say about the Underground Railroad, specifically the novel. that I was going to say earlier. One thing, see, and like you said, that movie changes a lot of history in itself too, and kind of adds some fantastical things to itself. But what works about that is it has, even though like part of that is that South Carolina was supposedly more, we're fine with the freemen being more in our society, but it was also so they can control them and their breeding in different ways as well. And then with North Carolina, that was where they totally abolished slavery so that they wouldn't have any blacks there at all.
Yeah, basically abolished black people.
Yeah, but also they had the idea that they would just hire Irish and German immigrants from the North, and that way they could get them to work and pay them meager wages, but that they basically were doing that because they saw that slavery would eventually end. But yeah, so anyway, like you were saying, that kind of goes in that phrenology thing too. But
ultimately, it should be said, the culmination of all of that pseudosciences is Nazi Germany, which took its own version of that.
But that's what I'm saying about the Underground Railroad. Even though those things didn't happen, like North Carolina didn't do those things, that in itself represents an attitude that was prevalent in that time period that was historical. True. So it makes sense that why that would be there. Yeah. Meanwhile, Rick Ross.
Yeah. Of, Purple Lamborghini fame.
But anyway, you know what I mean? So that makes more... So that, even though it changes things, has a historical relevance to itself, whereas this doesn't have enough relevance in its changes. So
yeah.
You got a problem with your eyeball, boy? No, sir. You want a broke heel in it? No, sir. Keep your goddamn eyeballs off me. Flash that bad look at me again, I'll give you a reason not to like me. Now move, nigga. You niggas gonna understand something about me?
It's a shame how great this movie looks.
Yeah.
It's just like, man, like putting a silk hat on a pig. I'll tell you, like. Dennis Christopher just hanging out with the homies here. It's just like, what? Like,
I wonder what Hasbro they make Candyland, right? Hasbro, I think.
I think so. Yeah.
I wonder what they thought of this being used. Yeah, it's Hasbro. There's been various possible movies of Candyland. I know that upcoming.
Didn't Adam Sandler want to make one or something? Or am I making that up?
Well, apparently, there's upcoming slasher horror film.
Okay, that's based on Candyland.
I don't think so. I think somebody tagged this on Wikipedia.
Okay. USA.
Any Candyland takes, by the way, on the board game?
I've never played it, so I really have no takes. No, I've heard it's incredibly easy.
Oh, it is.
So, to the point where it's almost pointless to play, from what it seems to me. But yeah, I've never played it.
Well, yeah, it's also one of those. I think a board game that is literally totally relying on luck. That there's no skill whatsoever. I don't think to play, which is why it's a very early children's board game. I think it's literally whatever color you draw. Now Candyland strategic masterminds don't come after us on this podcast, but I'm sure there's certain people who take the game very seriously, but I don't want to insult them, but just in the event that they are, my apologies.
Alright, niggas. Back at it. That means you too,
Moon Knight. Imagine Walton Goggins as Moon Knight. Of course, he isn't Jewish.
Oscar Isaac.
Yeah. Well, I guess he's not Jewish either, is he?
Who?
Oscar Isaac.
No.
Yeah, so I guess they just don't care about that. Not that that's that big of a deal, but I just know that character's Jewish, so I don't know. But
Zoe Bell.
Yeah.
I have one of these slave catcher workers here is Tom Savini.
Yeah, that guy there, yeah. Yeah.
Again, at first you don't see really what happens here, but it flashes back to it later.
Yeah. Huh? Wow.
There's some
Mogi is how you say that name, by the way. I was saying Mogwai or Mogwai earlier.
Mogi.
Mogi. We got ourselves a Mogi.
Yeah.
Ain't that like a moment from the Jimmy Neutron movie? We got ourselves a bogey.
Oh,
you remember that? Yeah.
I forgot about that. But yeah. Maybe in our 34th year we'll get around.
Well, we've
that.
talked about that movie on here a little bit already.
It's true. I don't know if they even really know, but
yeah. You know that Tarantino spent all day after writing that line being unhealthily happy with himself.
Yeah. That honestly speaks to Django's own desperation that he's willing to.
Yeah.
He's like, well, this guy's got to die. We got to keep up our appearances. So, because again, he's thinking about his wife. So
yeah.
That guy barely friggin'
open his mouth like. I don't know where all that music's coming from outside. I don't know if y'all can hear that. Probably not, but
yeah.
This movie really uses that word a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, at first we'd think we're spared of seeing that, like I said, but later on we see it.
Balls look a little green around the gills, but blood sport like nigga fire. Nah. You just ain't used to seeing a man ripped apart by dogs is all. You all used to. I'm just a little more used to Americans than he is.
Apparently, the N-word's used 110 times.
That's what I was thinking.
I thought I've heard those higher numbers in the past, but apparently those were either miscounts or over exaggerations. But
As of now, he's an example. I ain't impressed.
so I'll recant what I said earlier. Still too many. I think we can.
Yeah.
Got his Wild Wild West glasses on.
Yeah.
Now, Quentin Tarantino's Wild Wild West, that would have been interesting. Barry Sonnefield.
Wasn't it originally Will Smith was considered for this role? And
yeah, he wanted him to do it.
Right.
Yeah, and Will Smith didn't want to do it. Which, you can critique a lot of decisions Will Smith's made over the years, but this might have been one of the better ones he's done. I think he even
By the
said,
way, we're just barely over halfway through this movie somehow.
I think he's even said that he's like, yeah, he was a side character in his own movie. I think he said that. So he's even... Now, part of that, I think, from Will Smith's perspective is just kind of hubris in terms of I've got to be...
Right.
But even then, it's still hitting on the head one of the problems of what's up with the movie, And I think that's one of the going back to the earlier conversation about the cotton and all that.
Yeah,
is one of the central ironies or tragic juxtapositions of the South is in some of these plantations is the beauty of the land and mixed with the horror of the situation. Obviously,
because that's
the social order.
That's something that even obviously. Concentration camps didn't have at all. They were very stark and ugly. Yeah, whereas that's what makes these even more horrifying in a way. Is
but
the
alluring
beauty.
in
Right,
some sick way for others. Yeah. It's only now we're getting Samuel Jackson in this.
Yeah. Well, we've just barely had DiCaprio so far too. So.
It seemed, I already know Samuel Jackson's older than most people think he is, but he seemed like he's playing even a good amount older than he is.
Right.
15, 20 years probably.
Yeah.
It almost seems. It should be said, though, that, remember bringing up the Underground Railroad? Who was the older slave that talked about? He was in his 50s.
Yeah.
Towards the beginning of the book.
And he would come up with whenever his birthday was.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
I'm trying to look that up.
Yeah,
but it talks about how he was in his 50s, but he looked so old.
He claimed to be 100 years old, yeah.
And for a slave back then to live that long, it almost was 100 years old,
It wasn't.
Seeing if it said it here on the Wikipedia page for the book. I'm not sure if it does. Look at the cast. I'm not sure.
I don't remember. But yeah, there was a character that was older.
Candy Fitz Willie. Obviously, there's a lot of weird stuff, like he's having an incestuous relationship with his sister. It never really formally says that, but.
Lucky for her, they was out chasing D'Artagnan's ass. Bill and Cody went looking for her, found her, front and back. Now, she a little beat up, but you done that to all damn self, run through them damn bushes and shit. How long she been in the block? How long you think she been in there all damn day? And the little bitch got 10 more days to be in there. Take her out. Take her out? Why? Because I said so, that's why. Dr. Schultz is my kiss. Hildy is my nigga. Southern hospitality dictates I make her available to him. Well, Miss O'Kangas should run off. What is the point of having a nigga that speaks German? You can't wheel him out when you have a German kid. Now I realize it is inconvenient, but still, you take her ass out. Yes, sir. Lord, you all be responsible. He'll be cleaned up and presented for Dr. Schultz.
So temperature check on the hot box, not be all that fun.
I mean, yeah. But yeah, of course, Cora was the name of the main character in the Underground Railroad.
Yeah. And I think the actress who's playing her is like South African, I believe. In that, her name is Thuso Mamedu, I believe.
Yeah.
What's interesting about that is, and we haven't watched it yet, is that Joel Edgerton is playing Ridgway in that. And, he was in Loving, playing He's seems like he's been in several African American and/or slave narratives.
Yeah.
In Loving, of course, he was married to trying to marry a black woman that was in the 50s or early 60s. But yeah, I can't imagine how awful that would be to be in one of those things.
Woman sings in foreign language. Like, why not just say what it is? I think that's Spanish, isn't it?
Sounds like it, I think, yeah.
Yeah, pretty sure. Why couldn't they just said?
Yeah, I don't know.
Sings in Spanish.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that hard to figure that out.
If I could probably figure it out, I don't know why they couldn't just said it. But. It might actually be Italian.
Yeah.
Italian and Spanish sound kind of similar.
They do. Yeah, it was Italian. Says with some more Morricone score.
Right. Okay.
That makes sense. If
Yeah.
two Italians. So.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot of good things about you.
Not everything is speaks German, does she?
Forced chuckle.
As I look at you now, Landa, I can see all the passions you inspire are completely justified.
The doctor here speaks German.
And I've been informed you do as well.
Go ahead, though. Speak a little German.
Es wäre mir ein Vergnügen, mit dir auf Deutsch zu sprechen. Astonishing. Grazie, mein Freund.
And I shall bring
Much obliged.
Let's just cut the song
Goodbye.
short. Goodbye.
So nice. Goodbye.
Yeah. It's just insane how hot all these rooms would have been all the time.
Even at night, guys. Imagine even the heat that comes off the candles too.
Yeah.
You know, the whole other thing. I guess it'd be something. Obviously, you just that's the world you live in. You just be so used to it, you know. And it's weird though to think about that because objectively the Earth globally was colder at that time, obviously, than it is now.
Yeah.
But in the South South's just hot, you know, forever.
Right.
But especially the formal wear they had back then, where they wore suits. Even here, he's taken so long to reveal.
Yes, can you
that,
not
you
just
know,
get to it, please?
again, let's go. You know, just like. Say hello to my little friend, like, moment.
I guess.
Nonetheless, this is an emotional moment in the sense that obviously a lot of slave couples that were separated, the implicit, almost promise, unfortunately, was they'd never see each other again, you know, because of the perils of their sort of escape or attempt at happiness in any way, or attempt at least at contentment. Again, I guess the point was, fill the glass of water up so she can pour it all out on the ground. I guess
I don't know.
Point of that.
Yeah.
Like,
they want to leave a bunch of stains on the rugs before they go. That are all going to be burned up anyway. I don't know.
Goldie and Eskimo Joe. By the way, why is he called Eskimo Joe? You never know how these little nicknames get started. His name was Joe. Maybe one day he said he was cold.
Okay.
Samson's the best. You all know that. You will never sell him, and I can see why. He's a champion. All three are champions. Samson's champion. I'm up to bring them.
oh, whoa. A black person contradicted the master.
All them other slave maids were
Yeah.
like, "Can you believe this?"
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Hence, I have big ideas when it comes to presentation. I need something more than just big. It needs to have panache. Panache. Sense of showmanship. Yes. I want to be able to bill him as Black Hercules. Black Hercules, isn't that clever? More like Nicholas. I said, and I quote.
Wow. I mean, what's there to say about that? You know.
The right. Now, I'm not saying that Eskimo Joe is wrong per se. Is he right as right? Oh, Dr. Schultz, I will have you know, there is no one in the unified game that appreciates the value of showmanship more than Monsieur Calvin J. Candy. But one must not forget the most important thing in the niggified game, and that is a nigga that can win fights. Now that should be your first, second, third, fourth, and fifth concern. Now after you have that, and you know you have that, then you can start to implement a grand design. In other words, first thing is first. First thing. Ooh. See, you two getting on. Famously. Oh, Monsieur Conde, you can't imagine what it's like not to hear your native tongue in 4 years. Well, hell, I can't imagine 2 weeks in Boston. 2 weeks in Boston? That's okay.
I couldn't either, by the way, but
yeah, it's a good point.
Can't express the joy I felt conversing in my mother.
there's a few things I can't express right now either about certain things regarding Boston. But sorry. I'm talking about the city, not the band, by the way.
Well, naturally, it is a soaring eagle that attracts our attention, not the plucked chicken. Dr. Schultz, don't be so down.
He's putting it all together. I guess, yeah.
He was looking at her earlier in terms of why she acting so weird.
Okay.
And again, the part of that scene, the way the eye lines are going, makes me think about theater a little bit. And I know Tarantino's expressed interest in maybe doing theater. So
yeah.
And again, I think specifically he's even said Hateful Eight, a version of that before, which that could work as theater.
Dr. Schultz, let me clarify how this whole negotiation came about. You see, it wasn't me.
See, this is another thing I've thought about before. Is all the plot chicanery that's going on. Could it have been any more than him coming and saying, hey, I've heard of the fact that you have a German-speaking slave, and I have interest in having like a slave mistress, but who speaks German. Can I buy her?
And don't even bring Django along.
No, yeah. Couldn't have been as simple as that? If I don't.
I mean, I get the sense of it's like all a feint, like FEINT.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know.
And the problem with when you create a plot, and Tarantino knows a thing or two about doing so. So I'm not going to say I presume to know more than him, but I will presume to know I understand the way a plot functions as in of itself. That once you build plot and more plot and more plot, you're just having to find ways to fulfill your own story and keep going, and you just have to keep creating things that do not make inherent sense, and make it endlessly complicated. And I feel like that is a problem with the script of this movie, which again I'm baffled that it won Best Original Screenplay. Very baffling to me.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm used to being baffled by the Academy Awards, as we've talked about in the past. So to the point, it's baffling when they reward something like Moonlight. That's oh wow, this is actually a, artistically satisfying experience. Are you sure you got it right?
Yeah. Right.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Yeah.
And again, I even dip into this for a second. I even deeply love La La Land, and even like it a little better than Moonlight. But in terms of an independent movie of that ilk winning and even being nominated, that is Moonlight.
And I think, a better movie.
Yeah,
but,
probably,
yeah. And I like both, and I think they're both great.
Again, there's a much more, is not as traditional, obviously, as La La Land is. Again, its whole win was baffling for a variety of reasons, but certainly like, oh, wow, you give it to something that good. Huh.
Yeah.
And again, I slightly prefer La La Land, but of course it's like a Hollywood backstager, show business is great kind of story, obviously, so they usually reward that kind of thing. But
Dr. Schultz, when he was alone with Hilda here, did you just speak German, or did you get to take the clothes off? No, we just talked. Oh, so you haven't seen her back? I haven't. No. Steven's right. You might find this interesting. Hilda, won't take off your dress. Show Dr. Schultz her back.
yeah, while we're in the middle of eating, sure.
Yeah.
He's got something like 4 lashes on her back. Will he just get one? She lose her goddamn mind. Look at that, doctor. It's like a painting. Look at that.
It's interesting. His sister's the one that's most upset by it. Well, I think obviously Django's probably is by far the most upset, but he's used to bottling up his anger. And I think this movie has so far done a good job with regards to, again, to Foxx's performance. Multiple times that he's nearly pulled a gun on somebody but had to hold back just to, again, as I said, that's such a thing. Black people this era obviously were so used to doing on a daily, minute-by-minute basis. Yeah.
All these scenes are lit really well.
Yeah. Again,
yeah. It's
Robert
like,
Richardson, you know. But again, I imagine it's obviously hard to light scenes like this where it's got to look like candlelight instead of electric light.
Which was most famously kind of, accomplished in Barry Lyndon.
Yeah.
You just interrupted Dr. Schultz. I'm sorry, Dr. Schultz.
Barry Lyndon, good movie.
You mean get up out of my chair? If then you could manage it. Why? It's about dessert. What about dessert? I'd rather discuss that. White cake. What sort of melodrama could be brewing back there? You right, Mr. Candy. You right. I handle it myself. I just can't understand why you won't come talk to these niggas. Shit get fucked up around here. You blame me. Fine, friend Steven. You'll be alone momentarily. Well, gentlemen, as you can see, talented as they are, no doubt in the kitchen from time to time. And supervision is required.
That line was also thrown in some trailers and TV spots, I remember.
Yeah.
I wonder how many kids snuck into this one and, had their worldviews warped.
Yeah, really.
I snuck into radar movies back in the day, not too often, but mostly I was, by that point, I was doing that as 15 years old and older. So it wasn't even that long until I was turning 17. So I always remember my first legal rated R ticket I bought would have been for Shutter Island.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously here, this version of Steven is much more in line with the Samuel L. Jackson we're used to.
Yeah. Okay.
Why would they go through all that trouble for a nigga with a chewed up back ain't worth $300? They doing it cause that nigga Django's in love with heralded. She probably his wife. Now, why that German give a fuck who that uppy son of bitch is in love with? I'm sure I don't know. She's who they want. Why this whole snake oil?
I think it's interesting that nobody was using that room, and yet the fire is lit.
Yeah.
It's just like, well, they just keep all the fires lit all the time in there.
Probably so, actually. But, yeah.
Why? Been a snake?
Me to Tarantino and the producers on this.
Yeah.
Time wasted. No, it should be said. Another thing to bring up about Tarantino is that after the failure of Death Proof, the box office of Death Proof,
and many people say the narrative and creative failure as well. But yeah, anyway,
I won't go as far as saying that. But the box office of it, that he apparently his career was not at a great place, and he was offered Green Lantern to direct. And he was at a real crossroads about whether or not he wanted to even do a movie like that.
Right.
And that he consulted, I don't know if they're deep, good friends, but anyways, friendly with Steven Spielberg. He talked about, like, what should I do? Like, should I make this movie? And apparently Spielberg said something along the lines of, like, oh, you need to do whatever your creative impulses are, not whatever.
Right.
Because, again, he went through a similar thing with 1941.
Right.
And his version of that, of course, was to do Raiders of the Lost Ark immediately following that. But for Tarantino, that was the next movie after that would have been Inglourious Basterds, which restored him not only critically, but also commercially. And so I wonder, too, if that, with Inglourious Basterds and even this to an extent, is like, oh, well, I can do as big a budgets almost as I want to do because I'm in the pockets of the Weinsteins who, you know, can, as far as independent film goes, can give you whatever money you want to do.
And that his movies consistently make money.
Right. And an impulse in this movie especially is to, well, I can do a movie for this size, so why not do it and make it long and make it luxuriating and not cut a line and just be as follow, as you said earlier, every bad impulse I have as possible.
Yeah, I know, and do his first Western, he wants to go all out.
Yeah.
You know?
In terms of just this idea of, oh, just do it as long as possible.
Right.
Here we get more of this eugenics, phrenology stuff, yeah. Another thing they would do with that too is they would take abnormally large or different looking black skulls that were not the average and purport them to be the average as justification.
Now, right out there on that board, 3 times a week for 50 years, old Ben here would feed my daddy with a straight razor. Now, if I was old Ben, I would have cut my daddy's goddamn throat, and it wouldn't have taken me no 50 years to do it either. But he never did. Why not? See, the science of phrenology is crucial to understanding the separation of our two species. In the skull of the African male, the area associated with submissiveness is larger than any human or any other subhuman species on planet Earth.
How long has this dinner scene lasted, by the way? I know we've
Probably
kind of been in and out of it, but
15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah. I know we've kind of been in and out of it several times, but
yeah.
Notice 3 distinct dimples.
the most stupid, ornery crap to point out ever. Like, these dimples prove how different they are.
These 3 dimples will be found in the area of the skull most associated with creativity. Is the skull of old Ben. The skull of old Ben, unburdened by genius. These 3 dimples exist in the area of the skull most associated with stability. Right. I wouldn't make you look. And I bashed on your skull. You would have the same 3 dimples in the same place
He say Mr. Pooch?
Mr. Something. Yeah, Mr. Pooch is Butch Pooch is Remar's character here, and then his name earlier was Ace Speck, so no relation. I guess I just want to hang out with James Remar on set for a while.
Well,
longer.
he was also like you said, in the Bounty Law section of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So.
Yeah. But again, knowing Tarantino, I know he's got all these really random takes on random actors as being so great.
Yeah.
I know he's a huge fan of like Lawrence Fishburne, which who shouldn't be, but you know, I can see him having some big James Remar take, like, you know. You know, it just shows you how corrosive racism is as a thing, that they just couldn't, you know, just sell her off for an exorbitant amount of money just because, to make money.
Right.
But no, you know, it's like going to make these people semi-happy. So we that alone, we can't have that. But you'd think even the money would trump the racism, but, you know.
Right.
Choose to do with my property whatever I so desire. Y'all make my price. This nigga here is too steep. And I'm gonna decide who is. And be honest to death with it, right in front of both y'all. Easy, good fella. Then we can examine the 3 dimples inside the middle of the skull. Now! What's it gonna be, Doc? Huh? What's it gonna be? Lift the hands off the table.
And I forgot, too, that they're actually getting ready to make this deal.
Yeah.
And then Waltz kills him just because of his rage at him, basically, and that's what ruins it all, basically.
To the man with the exceptional beard and his unexceptional nigger.
I know it's a big thing that old people talk about, that he actually cut his hand making that, and he kept doing the take, and the crew like stood and applauded after that.
Cut his hand doing what?
Cut his hand on the glass when he slammed it around. And he really did that.
Oh.
And he kept going. And people bring that up all the time. It's like, oh my God, method acting, God, you know. Which I'm a huge fan of DiCaprio. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like, you can be a great actor and not have to do any of that stuff. Everything pales in comparison to Daniel Day-Lewis, obviously.
Yeah.
He would have worked with on Gangs in New York. And this is that was a good moment there of acknowledging the private happiness that one has to hold.
Right.
It was like even a smile, it has to be a secret almost.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Something that doesn't make really any sense to me is why they'd even let them do this.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do it for the money, I guess. It's like, why? Like you said, it would make sense of why would they be letting them do it, but...
The family seal. Cake does look good, though.
Yeah.
It doesn't amaze me they can make pastries or baked goods like that pre all the technology we have now.
Yeah.
You know?
White cake. I don't go in for sweets.
Well, here at Candyland, we're all about the sweets, I guess.
You're brooding about me getting the best of you. Actually, I was thinking of that poor devil you fed to the dogs today. D'Artagnan. And I was wondering what Dumas would make of all this. Come again. Alexandre Dumas. He wrote Three Musketeers. Yes, of course. I figured you must be an admirer. You named your slave after his novel's lead character. If Alexandre Dumas had been there today, I wonder what he would have made of it. You doubt he'd approve. Yes, his approval would be a dubious proposition at best.
See, a line like that, a dubious proposition at best, could only be said by Watson.
Are these religious books? Yes, they are. Of course. That is a bill of sale or ownership history, of course. The Freedom Papers document. Would you have ink and pen for me? Right over there on the little table.
And what follows here, I don't know to what extent it's a commentary or to what extent it's just showing its hand in some ways, is you could either read it as a commentary of like being so close to like achieving some sort of racial equity is the wrong word, but specific racial harmony in this situation, or if it's like a white person feeling a little too self-righteous and thinking I'm above this and further complicating the situation.
Right.
You know, I don't know to what
Yeah,
extent it's either one of those things, but because again, they could have totally walked away from this, but
yeah.
Since revisionism actually means is till I see you again. And since I never wish to see you again, to you, sir, I say goodbye. Let's go. One more moment, Doctor.
this is Columbo moment. Like,
Yeah.
like just one
Well,
more
just
thing.
one more thing, yeah.
It's a custom here in the South. Once a business deal is concluded with the two parties, shake hands. It implies good faith. I'm not from the South. But you are my house doctor. So I'm afraid I must insist. Insist? All right. Did I shake your hand? Oh, then I'm afraid I must insist in the opposite direction. I think you are. But you think I am? No, I don't. I think you are a bad loser. And I think you're an abysmal winner. Nevertheless, here in Chickasaw County, a deal ain't done until the two parties have shook hands. Even after all that paper signing don't mean shit. You don't shake my hand. If I don't shake your hand, you can throw away $12,000? I don't think so. Mr. Pooch, if she tries to leave here before this nigger-loving German shakes my hand, you cut her ass down.
The guy in the background is kind of
Yeah.
scratching his ear like,
Yeah.
like, thought this was going to be over by now.
To shake her hand. I insist.
Took that long for him to react to that gunshot, by the way.
It's the most over-the-top thing I think I've ever seen in a movie. And that's saying something, but...
This guy, he's going to get shot like a billion times. Hope you like this climax because you're going to see it repeated for whatever reason again. I know this got compared. I think some reviews said, or a cover story might have been for Empire magazine. I think I remember reading at the time, said this was like the most violent Western since The Wild Bunch, and it was talking about some of this stuff here.
Yeah, but that's a good movie.
Yeah,
though. And yes, it is a good film. If you don't think so, I don't care. Which I don't know why people would think it isn't, but I don't know. There's not anything wrong with that movie, so.
It was highly controversial.
Oh yeah, for the violence, I get it, but we haven't watched that in a while.
Yeah,
might do that.
Yeah, off mic.
Yeah.
Just
for
ourselves.
We'll do that eventually on here, but not that soon. But yes, I am a Peckinpah fan. He is a complicated figure. That movie itself isn't necessarily, but anybody who would make a movie like Straw Dogs has got to be, and I'm a fan of that movie, but it's complicated for sure.
So I think at this point we can agree maybe it's a bit gratuitous in terms of the violence.
Oh, this,
here.
yeah.
I mean, we're past the point of saying, "Oh, this is unrealistic the way blood's flying," but you know that's. No, we just watched Two Towers.
Yeah, so it's like, what are these? The Urukai coming up? Yeah. There's a good movie.
Yeah, we've talked about this because we've been watching, slowly going through the new Lord of the Rings movies. Those movies are 20 years old now. It's just crazy to think about. Like, I remember when those came out. This movie's almost 10 years old next year.
Which will mean that The Master is 10 years old is more what that means to me.
Yeah.
Than to you, of course. Yeah, but him just laying on the ground back there.
Mm-hmm.
The most annoying saying of all time. It's not a threat, it's a promise.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of the great movie moments, in my opinion, is in Cape Fear.
Yeah.
When he's like, is that a threat? And Nick Nolte's like, yeah, you bet your ass. Yeah. He doesn't say it was a promise. He's like, oh, no, it is. Yeah, like, so, you know.
One of the great North Carolinian movies. Even though it wasn't shot
Even
here,
though it was
really.
filmed in Florida, but yeah. Believe me, we know. We've looked into it.
I think they shot some exteriors in North Carolina and Cape Fear area, but it was mostly in Florida. And I'm trying to think of justifications why this movie is as long as it is. It's almost as if Django and Steven are graduating into the roles of the white they're white benefactors in some
Yeah.
way, that he's becoming now the head of the plantation in the same
Right.
way Django's now superseded Schultz. And so I guess, I'm trying to
Wow, we're
figure out-
using Richie Havens now?
I'm just
Like,
trying to
wow.
find excuses for why this needs to be as long as it is, and
yeah.
And I'm struggling, but I could kind of see that as a semi-excuse, but...
Yeah, of course, Richie Havens opened Woodstock.
Mm-hmm.
Look at all the blood on the wall. Like,
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Like, that's what's funny to remember, though, about the Wild Bunch is it's not actually as bloody as people remember. It's just so many people die is more what that is. But
Well, also, it was the context of when it came out.
Right.
It was really, really bloody for that moment.
Right, but and don't get me wrong, there's a lot of blood, but it's actually just more people dying, and the way that the violence is portrayed is just so.
I remember when I first saw this. Saw this with our cousin Philip. That shot where it was shown from above, where you see his generals. Somebody started laughing at that moment where you see that, and then they stopped really quickly because nobody else was doing it. But
yeah,
what was a memory that stuck with me? Though?
Yeah, well. Yeah. Do you remember when the Hateful Eight came out and there was that, you like go to the movies and go to the theater and they'll show like featurettes before they even get to the trailers sometimes, and there was one talking about the Hateful Eight, and Walton Goggins was talking in that about Tarantino in general, and he said something that's always stuck with me randomly of being just funny and genuine. He's like, said something like, Tarantino knows that the theater is somewhere to be revered, or whatever. Do you remember that at all? Or,
No, I really don't,
But
actually.
yeah, it's like something it's always stuck with me for some reason. I don't know why. But meanwhile, this is going on. But yeah, with going back to the Wild Bunch, the way that the violence is edited and shot, and that is so I don't even know what the word is. Confrontational and over the top, and experimental in a way that it feels worse than there's no blood really as much, but it's still so Of course, that movie that's famous for, I think, that there were more bullets fired in the climax of that movie than there were in the entire Spanish Civil War.
Or Mexican
Civil
Civil
War.
War.
I'm sorry, Mexican Civil War. No, that's right.
right.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah.
That's
I can
just
believe
like
that.
supposedly I don't know, but more squibs is what they call them in that. But
I'm absolutely baffled they'd want to keep him alive after all that.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
So I'm saying I don't think he knew how to end this movie.
No.
I don't think. Again, the plot on top of the plot on top of the plot is just like, we'll keep him alive, and then we'll like kick him out, and then he fights them and
Because
comes back.
I need to have a cameo,
and then we'll do like another climax that's a repeat of the last one. I just don't understand at all the mechanics of this.
Right.
And at that point, that's not even something Sally Minky could have saved, because it would have been a restructuring of the whole movie
screenplay is shot. I mean, yeah.
And again, he's usually pretty clever with plot and structure, but it's just not here with this.
Right.
driving your ass to the ticket man. And that was a slave. Ticket man and come. Henceforth till the day you die. All day, every day, you will be swinging a sledgehammer, turning big rocks into little rocks. Now, when you get there, they're going to take away your name, give you a number and a sledgehammer, and say, get to work. One word of sass, it cuts out your tooth. Ain't good at it, too. You won't bleed out. Oh, it does that real. They're going to work you all day, every day.
Oh, so radically different from slavery, huh? Well,
Mm-hmm.
Throw your ass down the middle. That's the story of you, Django.
en route to the LaQuint Dickie Michael. I thought that would be implied, but, you know, maybe he doesn't hold us in high regard as we sometimes think, you know.
Because we needed Johnny Cash in this moment. That's what we needed, you know.
There's the man himself again. No hood this time.
He's actually been a little more overall out of the spotlight of his movies up until this point, since probably Death Proof. I mean, there was the one moment where he was in Inglourious Bastards when he was getting scalped. But then in the last two movies he's made after this, he's only been in there.
He did well. I guess it was the narration.
Roles, yeah. So you don't actually see him.
Yeah.
Actually, ain't the worst Australian accent, but
no, but it's just the impulsive one.
No, I know,
you know.
but I'm saying I expected less from him, frankly.
I know he's expressed interest in the past of having a script, I think, for like American gangsters in the 30s who escaped to Australia, and it's like
that
some
would be
chase
interesting.
thing. Yeah, so you know, who knows? We already know. We talk about this a lot.
Yeah.
That whatever this quote 10th and final film, it'll be like, you know, it's gonna be a big deal about this is the last movie ever that will ever exist, even more so than Dennis Hopper's the last movie. And then it'll be obviously the whole plot of the movie will be in some ways a metatextual rumination on his career in some roundabout way.
All four of them gentlemen, they back there at Candyland, laughing their ass off. You know why? Because they just got away from murder. But it ain't got to be that way. You and your mate, y'all ride that thing, y'all go get that money. What these youngsters do again? These sons of bitches, they killed innocent people. Stagecoach robbery. Innocent white people. I got the handgun right here in my pocket if you let me get it. Get it in. Born and dead or alive. Steady back.
Oh yeah, of course they're playing that because he's already dead. But
Goddamn, son. Do I sound like a fucking slave?
Is that Michael Parks' voice, by the way?
Yeah, he's in
you
this,
said,
yeah.
I said that earlier. Yeah.
Michael Parks, hero.
No, he got that vinyl.
Yeah,
his record they put out.
I ain't listened to it. I need to do that.
Well, he basically played literally the same character in the Kill Bill movies that he was in the
and in the Grindhouse
movies. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like a sheriff.
Yeah, it's him there. He died a few years ago.
Yeah. And he's another example of a kind of a character actor who had been in some stuff, and he never got like some big starring role in Tarantino stuff, but he did get roles.
The biggest thing I can think of that he was in before this stuff would have been Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
Probably.
I always kind of forget he's in that because that accent is so... Because I'm used to remember him as like this Texas law guy.
Right.
But he's
and
like
he's
so,
this French-Canadian accent, yeah.
What can this be? Milwaukee. Me and my students when I ask them a question.
Wow, okay. It's escalating quickly, yeah.
You fucking sure about that? Damn sure.
We got Australians, we got Germans in the American West here, you know. It's just really was a free for all.
Why did you do that? Thinking the Germans acting like they were slaves, but they weren't. What were they? Bounty hunters. Wait, Roy, I mean, this could be big, Mike. Well, Smoke, you got a deal. I got one more condition. What's that? You get there. Time comes. You let me help you kill him. Hey, you're a funny bugger. Yeah. You got yourself a deal, Blackie? Got yourself a deal, mate. Hey, you're all right for a black fella. I ain't riding a horse with no goddamn dynamite on his back. I can understand that. Frankie, I take them sticks off my horse and stick them in there.
Just tossed it in there, like, you know, whatever. You know, if it blew up, I'd die too, but whatever, you know.
Well, don't worry, he will, so.
I will say, he is very open about, I can blow myself up or kill myself or have myself scalped,
I mean,
you know, like. I think if I was a director of Cameo, that's what I'd be doing too. Is just like
having myself die all the time, yeah.
Just for kids.
In these really awful ways, you know. That is pretty funny in its own way. It's medium tempo song.
Yeah, medium tempo funny.
Yeah, because it's like not that funny, but it is funny. Like
it does get your goat, you know.
I bet it was a bet him and Tom Savini had or something. He's like, "You got to blow yourself up, man," or something. And he's like, "All right, yeah, okay, yeah, all right." Like,
you ever had any interest in riding horses?
Yeah, but no.
I haven't really. Nothing against them, no way, but just I'd be so afraid they'd throw me off, like at a whim, on a whim, you know. There goes Django.
He's unchained. Yeah. He's off the chain.
That's what he's thinking right there. His look of admiration and respect. There's
that
Django.
like how far away that shot is.
He's a wanted man.
Another medium tempo song playing.
A lot of medium tempo, you know. was really cool how almost 3D that image looked.
Yeah.
What do you call those things as a kid that people used to have in the 70s?
Yeah, I
and
don't
80s,
remember,
put
but
them
yeah.
down and look like whatever. Anyways.
Yeah, I feel dumb. I can't remember what that's called, but viewfinder.
Yeah, it's viewfinder. Yeah.
It just came to me all of a sudden.
That was kind of past our time. I remember having one or two of them, but. Rest in peace to
Not.
Kind of like King of New York, funeral interrupted.
Yeah. Tarantino's a big fan of that movie, so
yeah. Love all the people that's died, and we've only seen like one funeral so far.
Yeah.
Everybody else saying it was important. Yeah. Stooges and thugs.
Well, heck, they got so blown apart they probably couldn't bury anything.
Yeah.
Just put his body over there, I guess.
Mm-hmm. But he does get the Freedom Papers, so... Galloping Hoofbeats. That'd be another good band name.
The bereaved, like
they don't even look that down big.
No,
about
not
it
really.
Obviously they would have been angered by the whole thing, but they'd probably been like, "Well, he was annoying."
Yeah,
just so whatever.
Probably just because he's real eccentric. We don't like that, you know.
Mm-hmm. Reads too many of them French books in English.
One of the dumbest moments in cinema is coming up here in a minute.
Yeah,
I think you know what. Yeah, it's just like that's just so stupid. I'm sure that got a big laugh. I don't know, but
yeah.
The by and by as a concept. Paul Beatty once wrote about that by and by.
Yeah. Sell out.
I wonder what he would have thought of this movie.
Probably not liked it.
Yeah.
But
hey, he would have been right. So.
Yeah.
So who's asking for him to sing?
Yeah.
The by and
More
by.
commenting on the by and by.
They still ain't cleaned up the wall.
Yeah. Well, it was a bit of a mess.
Yeah.
They got rid of the corpses anyways.
Well, it's only been a day ago.
Yeah.
had your hands on my...
Hysterical shrieking.
Yeah, indeed. He's like, oh man.
The Django.
Yeah.
You know, at least he didn't call him by the N-word, I guess.
Well, he's done it before.
Yeah, that's true.
I suggest you get away from all these white folks. Not you, Steve. You're right where you belong. Oh, Cole, before you go, would you tell Miss Laura goodbye?
And what now?
I said tell Miss Laura goodbye.
Bye, Miss Laura.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. So,
I mean, I know we're all already in cartoon land here, but that was, you know.
Steve, I ain't like no new duds. You know, for a minute, I didn't know the burgundy was mine.
I do love Burgundy. In part, my first car, 1992 Buick LeSabre was Burgundy. So.
I count 6 shots. I count 2 guns, nigga.
Wow.
You said 76 years on this plantation. You seen all manner of shit done to niggas. But I noticed. You didn't mention kneecap.
I mean, his signature word, you know?
Yeah.
Samuel.
Every single word that came out of Calvin Candy's mouth was nothing but bullshit. But he was right about one thing. I am that one nigga in 10,000.
Love how he probably wouldn't have heard any of that over his own screaming,
Yeah, right.
but whatever,
He's
you
just,
know.
oh, he's just saying whatever, yeah.
You ain't gonna get away with this, Django. They gonna catch your black ass. You gonna be on the wanted posters now, nigga. The bounty hunters gonna be looking for you. You can run, nigga, but they gonna find your ass. And when they do, oh, Lord, what they gonna do to you? They ain't gonna just kill you, nigga. You done fucked up. This Candyland, nigga. You can't destroy Candyland. We've been here. There's always gonna be a Candyland.
I just love, you know, his devotion to the estate above
Yeah,
all else.
it's just like, wow.
Your master's
Yeah.
already dead, like, but Candyland lives on in the hearts and minds of those who serve there.
Like,
It's just-
yeah.
You gotta get the hero pose as he sees it blow up.
Like on the Godfather game when you walk
Yeah.
away from an explosion.
Yeah. It's a great explosion.
Yeah. You know what it also means? That the movie's over.
Yeah. It should have ended on that shot of him with the and then the end, like, you know, in big nice letters.
Kind of like the way Planet Terror ended specifically.
Oh,
with
yeah,
like,
it did.
Yeah,
Basically
but
did, yeah.
he, which of course he didn't direct, but you know, but he was in. Do you want to say "f you" to me? That's actually one of my favorite of his cameos, just because of how stupid and annoying he is. It's so funny. Like. Although that cameo does play into the some of the things that are bad about the Weinstein stuff. And, yeah. So shouldn't think it's too funny, I guess, but. The reprise.
Yeah. From beyond the grave.
Yeah. Good idea.
Yeah, no kidding. So we could have Django 2 some point. Who knows? No horses were harmed in the making of this movie, by the way.
Although, wasn't there some stuff that was accused about some of the dog stuff in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood or something I heard about?
I don't think so, but...
Oh, really? I thought I heard that there was something going on. It wasn't with the dog itself. I think it was the company that trained them or something had been accused
maybe I
of
do remember something about this.
some stuff. Just figured I'd bring that up. But have that out there.
Yeah, could have been. So, new impressions from this?
I mean... You'd be surprised to hear this. I might like it just a little more than I have in the past, but when you watch a movie you don't like, it becomes worse in your mind the further you get away from it. And, I mean, all the things about the movie I still say, but it's like, I mean, I don't like necessarily even hate the movie either. It's just kind of bad and what it is, like, you know, but it looks so good. I do kind of like some of the action in it, as crazy as it is, but, like, you know.
Yeah. And again, I genuinely do think that Jamie Foxx gives a good performance in this. I just don't think the character on the page is really nearly as interesting, and he has to do far too much work to make that what is not necessarily on the page there. In some cases, I feel like, you know, so.
Yeah, I mean, it all speaks for itself. I mean, it's a pretty sloppy movie narrative-wise.
That's really what is so off-putting about it, is that as beautiful as it looks, and as Robert Richardson's photography at some of his best, again, the sloppiness of the movie just doesn't match or vibe with what that is. Yeah. It's weird. But, you know, again, it's...
One of these songs was called The Big Risk. Like, yeah, I'll say so, this movie, but...
Ode to Django. The D is silent.
What?
We'll stop it here.
Okay. Yeah.
Breaking the Sink.
Yeah, you can watch on if you like, and whatever on these credits. Not that we don't respect credits, but
no, but we're wanting to wrap this up because we're getting ready to go out to eat, and I'm getting hungry. So
yeah,
I'll just say that. So
whatever. Yeah.
But so. Still,
yeah, I mean,
still
it is what
the
it
weakest
is.
Tarantino.
Oh yeah, by far. I mean, and I don't think it's.
What would you say his second weakest is? That'd be harder, maybe.
Probably Death Proof, and I quite like Death Proof.
But I think that speaks to the separation between.
No, I mean, I think
most of his movies operate at such a high level.
Yeah, and I think
this is a good example of when the chemistry's not just right, it'll blow up.
And I think that's a 4-star movie, and it's still. Maybe 3.5. I think I'd say like that and Kill Bill Volume 1 are like probably 4, but range on the possibly 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, but like I said, that speaks to him as a filmmaker that usually he operates on this high of a level, and his movies are always complicated by something, but that in some way, but that usually he's able to keep it going at a level that is amenable.
Sure.
And this overall is not. But it should be, frankly, should be expected that this would be this way.
Yeah, and again, just the whole risk reward of making this movie just seems way out of whack. But again, I mean, he quote won Academy Awards and quote won box office, and is generally expected to be among his better films. Yeah. So you know, jokes on us.
Academy Award winner with this, and he already won before.
It should be said though, kind of funny. The white people won the awards for this.
Yeah,
not the black people. And I think that in and of itself is indicative of Hollywood in some ways. Anyways, speaking of one of our favorite white people, Jack Nicholson. You know, I'm trying to find some connection. Yeah, one of our favorite people generally.
Yeah.
We're going to be diving into one of his biggest films next week. You know, big's a weird word because I think people who know Jack Nicholson and his films, it is a big one. But
yeah,
you know, it doesn't
not
have
inherently,
like this big pop cultural footprint.
Like people probably remember The Crossing Guard more than they remember this movie randomly. But
it is 1970s 5 Easy Pieces, directed by Bob Rafelson. Kind of
talk about a complicated guy.
Yeah, we'll walk through him a little bit next week. But you know, this was going back to New Hollywood.
Yeah.
I promise you, after this, we're going to be taking a break from this that New Hollywood era for a while.
I'm not apologizing,
but it's forever in our hearts.
Yeah.
5 Easy Pieces. I think thing for us to think about with this movie is just Jack Nicholson especially.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you look at the resume he had over the course of the 1970s. I'll pull this up so we can go movie for movie here for a moment. Was unmatched. In many ways, we're talking about how Altman won the 70s in terms of as a director. You know, the 70s for Nicholson as an actor start with 70. On a Clear Day, you Can See Forever. Haven't seen that. Rebel Rousers, 5 Easy Pieces, Carnal Knowledge, A Safe Place, Drive, he said, King of Marvin Gardens, The Last Detail, Chinatown, The Passenger, The Fortune, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Tommy, Missouri
Wait, Tommy
Bricks,
the
Who movie?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
What? He's in that? I didn't know
He's
that.
the specialist in that.
Okay, anyway, Missouri Breaks.
Last Tycoon, Going South, and The Shining in the 80s.
Right.
Unimpeachable resume
yeah.
there. I mean, so many great, just if nothing else, interesting movies there.
Yeah.
What about Jack Nicholson to you stands out? We're going to dive into him more a lot next week, so we can save some of that. But what about you, Jack Nicholson, generally, and then what about 5 Easy Pieces as a function of his career at that moment?
Well, it's interesting. Well, I think what he represents to me more than anything is, and I think that Warren Beatty could represent this too, but when I think of Jack Nicholson, especially, I'm thinking of him in the 70s, but in all of his career, represents a kind of working class presence on screen that is handsome in a way, but he's not like, you know, prototypically handsome guy, but he's very neurotic in a way that I find interesting. But I think that he represents kind of like what James Cagney, I think, who's my favorite actor. It's literally my favorite actors are James Cagney and Jack Nicholson. So that they both to me represent in their eras a kind of you know, working classness in movies that has been represented in a lot of ways, but he's not your typical like movie star. Now Beatty I think can represent that too, but he's a little bit more handsome and a little more movie starish.
Yeah.
But so in that sense, and I mean just Jack Nicholson has an otherworldly presence, a kind of smile, or what I would say is a sneer most of the time. And total explosion of anger and madness that is often accompanies his work. What I think's great about 5 Easy Pieces specifically is that it's already tapping into that persona of a working class individual, but then it's like, oh, but wait, he's actually this type of person also, as being an upper class kind of person who had all these. He was a piano prodigy and kind of all these kind of things that his family wanted him to do, and he ultimately didn't do that. He wants to go drink beer and listen to country music and work on oil rigs and bowl, but that's not who he actually really is deep down. It's who he kind of wants to be. But ultimately, that whole movie is about identity searching and searching for who he really is and who we all really are in a way that I find very interesting. That ultimately, you know, very much, I think, inspired a lot of Mad Men. And the Dick Whitman, Don Draper character in certain ways. Obviously, he never did any of those things, like totally changed his identity, but he is in his own way constantly searching for an identity that consistently eludes him. That's my reading of that.
Yeah,
you're an even bigger fan of that movie than I am. So
yeah, I mean, it's to me, you know, I think there's going through some of those big performances. I think the popular imagination of him, while not necessarily always One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, is wrapped up in this like crazy, mad, angry guy, and I feel like that movie typifies that. And I just recently read that book for the first time, which is a great book.
Right.
Hopefully, we're hoping to. I'll just go as far as say we're gonna rewatch that movie before we see
Which
5
movie
Easy
you said?
Pieces
I'm
next
sorry.
week. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, because we've
okay.
been wanting
Yeah.
to rewatch that.
Yeah.
I'll just put it out here as a challenge to ourselves.
Okay.
That now we have to do it because I said it on here.
Okay.
So
we'll find
we're
the time, I'm sure, at some point.
Yeah. That, you know, there was a weird moment where it was in vogue to. We talked about this a little bit with Altman in terms of his anti-establishment messages. There was a moment where he was, in many ways, Nicholson is a screen actor, the avatar for that anti-establishment, anti-authoritarian idea.
Which is
the
interesting
late
that they never
60s
worked
and
together.
early 70s. Yeah, they didn't. It was weird.
Never thought about that.
But that, again, I think what's so great about that movie is that it's like, I think a lot of people really remember the diner scene, which we'll walk through as it happens on next week.
Shut up.
But really the sadness of him in that movie, and even early on when he's just by himself sitting in the car, and is just flipping out, having a minor like freak out in the car all by himself.
Isn't that when he's deciding whether he's going to take Karen Black with him or not? I think,
And so I just think it's, just walking through his performance, and again, I think, it's a combination, like I said, of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and maybe The Last Detail, which isn't widely seen.
No.
But I think it did in its own way impact the pop culture, where it informed who he was at that time in terms of, he's that guy.
Right.
He's the guy you get for being crazy. But again, it's a lot more complicated than just, he's the crazy guy. That Again, he's such a great actor, and can not only that, play crazy in a variety of ways, and not just that, but many great other emotions as well.
Yeah.
Something like, speaking of Rafelson, and speaking of Bruce Dern, by the way, who's in this, King of Marvin Gardens, very atypical performance from him.
Yeah.
Again, we're gonna walk through talking more about Nicholson and specifically some of them BBS productions, I think, next week. So, this is Kyle.
We got through this one. This is Levi.
And I think we're going to end today. What could have been, walking through the what could have beens of, again, I think Jamie Foxx, for the problems in this movie, did a pretty good job as the lead performance. But what could have been with Tyrese Gibson? I think about in 2014, 2 years after this had been out, a year and a half maybe, his audition tape leaked. He had made an audition tape for himself, Tyrese, that is, of what his Django could have been. So you're going to hear a little bit of an excerpt of this. I would recommend you go and see the visuals as well. You can easily find this if you search like Tyrese Gibson, Django Unchained audition tape or whatever. Enjoy.
Yeah, it's something.
Pour some water in that bowl right there from the washout. What's wrong, Stephen? You don't like that? Now that's my kind of bell ringing. Get up! I've known me house niggers like you my whole life. You play your dog tricks with your massa. You lip off to him every now and then. As long as you keep it funny, he just lets you do it. While all the other white folks are thinking, it's so cute. Well, this time, Snowball, you're going to listen to me.
All right.